Hello, hello, hello. What's up? What's up, everyone in the chat? We are live. We got some people coming through the door. See what John Q is talking about tonight. Salute, salute, salute to everyone. My goodness. Okay. I caught y'all at a good time. Well, I'm glad I did. Oh, man. Whoa, good to see everybody up in here. Whoa, let's see. We got, who we got. Whoa. My brother, Mr. Boss Man, is in the building. Much love to you, boss, my brother. Wow, on YouTube. I got a brother on YouTube, solid as ever. And he keeps it solid and strong, always. In the house. Oh, yeah. Thank you. We got, who else we got in here? We got Brother Hugh in here. Brother Humongous is in the house. We got Present Day back with us. Much love to you, Present Day. From Australia, if I remember correctly. Good to have you back. Cat Eyes, whoa, is in the house. Opal is in the house. Much love to you. Shrinking Sharon. Miss Sharon, how are you? Is in the building. Good to see you always. Let's see who else we got. Rake's Funny Farm is in the house. All right. The family is in the building. Miss Angel is in the building. Uh-oh. We got some people up in here tonight. Oh, man. Leonetta Young is in the house. Yes. Hope everybody's doing well. NYCCI. Coco 402 is in the house. Okay. That's a new one. Welcome to the channel. My goodness, we're going to kick it tonight. Oh, yeah. Shout out to everybody in the building. Uh-oh. Miss Renee Designs is in the house. Hey. Beautiful. Miss Justice, holding it down, as always, is in the house. Where y'all coming from? Oh, man. Got the salutes and shout out to everybody back. Yo. The Hugh is in the house. Kia Tompkins is in the house. Much love to you, Kia. Okay, she's sitting back on her computer. She said, let's see what John is going to be talking about tonight. I know he's going to throw it down. Well, thank you very much, Miss Angel. How you know? Who told you? Thank you. Oh, man. Yes. Brother from another mother, like no other. Incredible. These things do happen. They do. They happen. Pat Wicks is in the house. No relation to John Wick, right? No, that's Wicks. Wick and Wicks. Two different now. Okay. Just checking. Welcome, Pat. Welcome. Who has a birthday? Miss Renee says. Oh, okay. Yeah. Who has a birthday? I don't know. Is it your birthday, John? I'm trying to figure out how y'all know. I don't have that posted on my profile. How y'all know? See, even my moderator, Miss Justice, said, it's your birthday, John? Question mark. See? I'm wondering. I'm wondering from Pennsylvania. Sweet Melissa's in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sweet Melissa from Pennsylvania. We're right next door to each other. Well, New Jersey is right next door to New York. So, and then you got Pennsylvania right there. So, yeah, we're what? I'm like 55 minutes from the Pennsylvania border. Yeah, definitely. Welcome. Sakina is in the house. Uh-oh. Much love, Sakina. Oh, back in the day, the Kanika Jenkins day. Oof, you were throwing it down. If that's a Sakina, I know. Dora Barnes is in the house. Oh, she's checking everything twice. Gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Marley 13 is in the house. Much love to you, Marley. I got all my family here. All my family up in here. Let's see what. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, Boss Man mentioned it. Okay, Miss Angel. Yeah, he dropped a dime on. Well, actually, you can't say drop a dime anymore. It's called drop a dollar. Things have gone up, haven't they? People used to drop dimes. It was easy to drop a dime. If you had a hole in your pocket, it was coming out. But now, forget about it. You're lucky if you got change. Oh, man. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Wow. Okay. I think you mentioned it on your last live. I got to go back and check that daggone live. I got to go check that live if I dollar dropped on myself. And Boss is right around the corner, folks. He's this Thursday. I'm gonna drop a dollar on him. Oh yeah, definitely. Cap Nation. Okay, Hugh, he must be over there taking notes. Hugh's an avid note taker. Definitely. Yeah, so yeah, we hit a number today. Another number. Says another year's gone by. And it's like, bang, wow. October to October already. Wait a minute. Let me see if I still get okay. Yeah, I'm all together. Absolutely. I have to go get my tequila for the celebration. Yeah, definitely. Get your smokes. Get your drink on. Get your drink on. Tequila. Okay. I can't take tequila. I take some Remy Martin. I can take some Remy Martin. We could sit and talk for hours. Oh, yeah, definitely. Happy birthday to you. 21 again? Yeah, I wish. I wish, Melissa. Oh, boy, those were the days. Definitely. Yeah, too fast. It just comes in, goes out, comes in, goes out. And it's like, yo, the years go by. All you got to do is look at your children. Each time they have a birthday, they really let you know how old you are. It's not so much you having a birthday because yours can come and go and it's like nothing happens. It's like you still feel like you. But when your children, when they have birthdays, it's like I remember the day you were born. And then your mind goes back into time to the delivery room if you were there. I was there on both occasions. I was there. And let me tell you, whoa, it's not like it is on TV at all. No, well, mine wasn't anyway. A lot of yelling, screaming, and carrying on, and people running around, and oh my goodness, going crazy. I was like, okay, take it easy, people. It's only a birth. She's only giving birth. What are y'all talking about? What are y'all doing? It's supposed to be a happy occasion. And for me, it was most certainly so. And like today, oh yeah, most definitely. Let's see who we got. Yeah, I like 56. Ooh, okay. That's a number. That's a number. Birthrights. Congratulations. Linda Truman is in the building. Much love to you, Linda. Welcome. Thank you for coming by. Thank you so much for coming by. Cold Pepsi is in the building. As always, every time I see Cold Pepsi's name, it takes me back into time too. Been around a long time. Running with John Q quite some time since I had my channel. And then some. And then some. Thank you for coming by, Cold Pepsi. I remember your special holiday in 4 days, boss man. Okay. Okay. You said tequila sounds good. That sounds good to you? Okay, have some. Uh-oh. We got Missy Q in here? Missy Q is in the building. What you mean? Only a birth. Yeah, I know. For women, it's different. That's for sure. Us guys, yeah, it's only a birth. What you talking about? You know, what y'all excited for? Running up and down the hallways. Oh, I got to go to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom. So make me want to go to the bathroom. I can't. I got to stay here. My hand is being squeezed to death, along with my arm and half my body. You bet not run. I didn't. I stayed right there and watched a beautiful moment in life occur. That's called birth. When it makes you think of your own, it's like, wow, how did I get here? How did I get here? You know? Well, we know that two people got together one night and had no TV on, okay? That's a bit of a clue. If you really want to talk about not a true crime, but we know who did it. No doubt. There was no TV. I know not on my occasion. Now I'm half black, half Puerto Rican. So when you put them two kind of people together, let me tell you, we don't have no TV. Had no TV. Maybe some music, but no TV. Congratulations, Nicole Jackson is in the building. Thank you. Thank you for coming. My goodness. Y'all having a good time. Well, I hope y'all had a good weekend. I certainly did. I thought I'd come on tonight and just chop it up with you a little bit. Let you know that, hey, we're still working. We're still working. Even on our birthday, we're still working. Q to Q. I hear you, Missy Q. Absolutely. DV is in the building. Uh-oh. DV is in the building. Who else we got in here? Charlene Green. Okay, Charlene, much love to you. Y'all must be texting each other or something. John's on. John's on. Come on now. Absolutely. Thank you for coming. Charlene Green is in the building. Yes, John, I had both my kids natural. Oh, yeah. Natural. Natural is the way to go. Yeah, easy for me to say, right? Easy for yeah, easy for you, John. You ain't had to go through it. You don't know what it feels like. You'll never know what it feels like. Yeah, we all have our feelings about what it might feel like and what it does feel like. That's one thing. God has blessed man with a woman who has special talents and gifts and blessings that's been bestowed on her to do just that. That's a blessing. A birthday is always a blessing. When you make it to your next one, boom, you're blessed. And it just lets you know how far you've come from where you've come from. I know. But anyway, yeah, I came out here tonight. I wanted to hang out with you a bit. And oh no, TV at all. That's right, Nicole. You know how we get down. Better not be no daggone TV. If you watching TV and you're not in the right mood, you're not in the right mood. What kind of mood would you be in watching TV trying to, get it on? You can't get it on watching TV. Not unless it's you're going into your third session, so to speak. Oh man. Put work down, time to party. I hear you. I hear you. Happy birthday. John Q, much love. Missy Q, thank you. Much love to you. What do you think about the video I sent you? Oh, Hugh, you sent me that video. Let me see. I got to remember now. I've been watching so many different videos and working behind the scenes on the round table. Oh, my goodness. I got to refresh my memory. All 3 C-sections, but all good. Whoa. Oh, C. Ooh, okay. God bless you. God bless you, Missy Q. Most important holiday. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Kay is in the building. Happy birthday. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Oh, Dar Jackson is in the building. Hers is next Sunday. Look out. Uh-oh. Scorpio is in the house. Scorpio is in the house. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, you got boss. Oh, gotcha, Hugh. You got boss's birthday this Thursday. And man, oh man. That's the closest Scorpio brother family I got in my own family. Only Scorpio I know who could tolerate a Libra. I try to keep things balanced. I'm the only one not in the animal family, if you notice. If you notice the zodiac, Libra is the only one that's a non-animal person. Well, not person, but non-animal sign. Yeah, so I try to keep things balanced. That's why I don't get into the mess with other people on YouTube. Never did, never will. Don't have to. Don't have to. I know better. I know better. But yeah, Hugh, I did. Now that you bring up that topic, I'm gonna see if I can touch on that tonight. On that particular topic, people have been commenting on my last videos, on my last lives, concerning the migration situation that's happening to our country. When you start to connect the dots, now we're into another situation in our country once again. Comes right around the corner. It's a right around the corner situation, always. And other things are coming around the corner too. Charlize is in the building. Much love to you, Charlize. Thank you. Thank you for showing. My goodness. I know you've been hanging out with betrayal and loyalty and betrayal over there with Cassie, Miss Cassie. Much love to you for joining us here tonight. Oh yes. And so let me see who. My goodness, Tomax is in the house. Tomax is in the house. I'm a Scorp as well. All right. T is in the building. Uh-oh. Bring out all the Scorpions tonight. Hang around the justice symbol. come to see what it's all about. Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you. Yeah, smash the like to support. I hear you. That's what we got to do. We got to support each other. We got enough going on in our world today. We better be doing something right. Gotta step up. Gotta man up to support. That's right. Gemini isn't an animal. Yeah, that's right. The only sign that's got actual two people in it. You got to figure out which one you're with. I get along with Geminis real good. Oh yeah, Geminis are solid people. That's for sure. Friend is a friend. Look out. Another Young says, Dar Jackson, I won't see you, but happy birthday. Look at that. There you go. There you go. My father and my late husband were both Libras, great men. All right. All right. There you go. Uh-oh. Here comes Opal. Team Scorpio. Oh, man. Definitely. Thank you, Miss Justice. And one of the hardest working next to the very few handful moderators that I have, Miss Aquahoma, much love to her. Miss Leslie B, much love to her. Miss Justice, oh my goodness. Big shout out to Miss Justice. She rides with me left and right. I don't have to send any text messages to any of my moderators. I go live, that boom. I'm in the car driving. Oh, John's live. Let me pull over. Oh man. Shay W, happy birthday. We didn't have a TV. So much fun. Nothing but slow jams. Oh, there you go. There you go. Slow jams. That's the way to play it. See, that's what gets you in trouble. And they made sure they came out with a lot of slow jams. Oh man. Oh man, I will send you a card making music video for your birthday. Oh, okay. Love cards. Happy birthday. Thank you, Charlize. Thank you. And to everybody whose birthday falls on today's date. Definitely. And they got Scorpio season coming right around the corner. I mean, we're right on the cusp. On the cusp. Taurus in the building. Okay. Taurus is cool people. They're solid business people too. No doubt. Real solid business people. DV, thank you. Thank you. All right, we got Gemini in there. We got another Gemini. Another Gemini. Oh, over there smiling. Look at the Gemini smile on. I'm a Gemini. There's only one face on that post too. Special Gemini. DV's Gemini. Sakina's Gemini. Uh-oh. Nicole. Look at all the Geminis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at this. Look at it. Didn't flooded the room with Geminis. Oh man, y'all a mess. But I love the mess. I love hanging out with y'all. Oh wow. I was going to post my live yesterday, and I was doing some research on the current events that I've been getting myself into concerning the last two video lives that I did concerning the migration. Now they have kicked it up tenfold. And I'm sure everyone has heard what had occurred on October 7th at 6:36 a.m. in the morning over across in the Middle East. And when I had found out about that, I said, no, this can't be. This cannot be. And sure enough, it was an absolutely incredible event. One that I thought I would never see, not on video anyway. But there was a ferocious attack that was commenced by what I call as the gang over there in that region. And they took people's lives on that day like you would not believe. Well over 1,400 people lost their lives that day. Civilians. I'm sure that for most of you who has been following that, it reminded me of 9/11. Now, I wasn't in the city, thank God, on that day, that Tuesday morning, September the 11th of 2001. I was in Brooklyn at that time. And when I had found out what had happened, I went home. I said, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. A plane did what? And as soon as I'm stepping back into the house and everything, the phone is ringing. I pick up the phone and somebody's asking for somebody else, looking for someone else. I said, well, no, that person doesn't live here. And they said, well, I'm trying to reach their family because there was a big accident in Lower Manhattan where a plane had crashed into a building. I said, oh, man. Okay, well, if I hear anything, I'll call you back. Right in my room, turned on the TV and saw what had happened on that day. Over 30, I think it's well over 34, almost, let me just round it off. Over 3,000 people lost their lives that day in that event. And today's date, we have well over that mark now. And I said, oh, this is getting into something else now. We've got a migration problem happening into the United States like we've never seen before under this administration. And now we've gotten into something else. It literally has nothing to do with us. However, it's got everything to do with us. But it doesn't, but it does. We didn't suffer what they suffered over there on October 7th. Here, ours was then. Theirs is now. And it is very sad. It is very, very sad. But it tells us we're living in some very, very, very strange times. And I'm going, my God, it's like, each day you wake up, each day you live and you see something else. It's not getting better. It's not getting better. Attitudes are not getting better. So what the hell's going on with people? Now you've got October the 7th on the books as a very, very tragic day. And it just didn't happen out of the blue. This was long time coming. This event that happened on October 7th of this month has got long time history to it. You have to know that. This just didn't show up out of nowhere. I got to get back to my comments over here. Happy birthday. Yes, thank you. And I started digging around and watching a lot of videos, doing a lot of research on this, and came across some very interesting things to where this is also part of the dot connection to the migration problem that we've been having in our country. Never in the history of our country have we ever experienced this kind of infiltration that's changing the course of our lives minute by minute. Forget day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year. This is now turned into minute by minute stuff. And when it gets that close, you better be paying attention. You have to be paying attention. You've got to. You got to. My husband lost a coworker from 9/11. Janice is in the building. Much love to you, Janice. Thank you for being here. Maria Dijon is in the building. Marie. I called her Maria. Marie. My mother's name. That's my mother's name, Marie. Thank you for joining us. Yes, so first off, let me do this. Since we got 51 people that come to see what John Q is talking about. He's been on for a half hour. He hasn't said much. He hasn't done much. I'm chilling today. Is that Giselle? Giselle just walked in? Yeah, Giselle just walked in. What's up, Giselle? Thank you, love. Yeah, so first I want to share with you an update that my brother Boss, had shared on his, let me see. There it is. Let's kick it off. We're going in tonight. We're going in. Thank you for all the birthday shout outs. Much love to everybody that decided to join me tonight, not only for my special occasion, and it lets me know how far I've come. And going into another channel anniversary in January coming up, I didn't think I'd be doing this at all. I'd like to sit in the cut, relax, listen, educate myself based on what the content creator's putting out on their channel, and whether it's relative to anything pertaining to me. And a lot of content creators that I do hang out with, a lot of their information is relative to, hey, puts it right on point. Let's see. Puts it right on point. So, oh, wow. Stardust is in the building. Feliz cumpleaños. Well, thank you. Gracias. And seen that in a while, spelt that way. Feliz cumpleaños. When someone says that in Spanish, they say happy birthday. Did you hear about the new settlement in Texas called Colony Ridge? I believe I came across that word, Colony Ridge. I believe I came across that. That is one hell of a settlement that they have out there. And I said, damn, when was that built? For all the people migrating into that area in Texas. How the hell they get a housing project built so fast for these people? Those are the people that's been coming for the last 2 years and more so within the timeline of 2 years than at any other given time in our history. Now, 2 years, think about all those people coming into our house by the thousands. literally thousands. 80% of them males. Damn. Okay. 20% now is starting to blend. That number start to change now. We're starting to see almost a decent mix of male, female, and children start to continue to cross our borders. So what the hell is going on in South America that's causing all these people now to show up in the United States? What would be going on in their homeland that would force them to come now to the United States? Not at any other time, but now. So you got to think, okay, it's got to be something going on with the government. It's got to be something going on with the economy. It's got to be something going on with how people are living. That's absolutely for sure. But it's a mixture of that, but a high mixture of the drug cartel that's forcing a lot of people out of land areas down there in South America. It's almost like they're cleaning house and threatening those people down there and forcing them out of their land. Now they're migrating up here to our country where we live. And there's no control at the border as it should be. So we don't know who's coming into our country. That's a big threat. That's a very big threat. Our national security has been breached, folks. That's a breach of national security. That's like leaving your door unlocked while you go to work 8 hours. And you know it's unlocked. And you know the neighborhood in which you live, where the door you left unlocked is. And the people in the neighborhood that you live in. What would happen? What would you think stands a high probability of happening? Your home could be robbed, infiltrated. Definitely. And if that happens, well, guess what? All else goes out the window. All migrant, yes. Yes. Miss Lorraine Muhammad is in the building. Peace and blessings to you and yours. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Everybody's in the house. Everybody's in the building tonight. Thank you for joining me tonight, celebrating another year. Another year on this planet. 58 years? Did I say 58? 58 minus 5. How's that? Somebody in here wanted me to go back to 21. I wish I could. I wish I could. But anyway, let me get into this and bring up what I wanted to show you. On the Community Crime Network, my brother Boss Blake did something, gave me an update. I wanted to share it with you. We know that Carly Russell showed up in the news recently. Y'all remember Carly Russell? Carly Russell, oh my goodness, that girl's a mess. She's a mess. Faked her own kidnapping, put us through 48 hours of hell. Everybody that was connected to it too. Family, friends, co-workers, and the place in which she lived for 48 hours on a cliffhanger, only to find out that she showed up at home and nothing happened. Nothing happened. So yeah, So yeah, she was found guilty, and I believe the update also said she had to do 1 year, 1 year and a fine, community service, and all this other stuff. And I said, okay, maybe that'll straighten out. Messing around because of crazy relationships she was having. You know, was it worth it? Was it worth it, Carly? I guess you'll find out some more. I guess you'll find out some more. But this is Boss's channel here, Community Crime Network. He's done a masterful job putting it together too. But what I wanted to share with you, and we've been busy at the roundtable. For those that have been following us on Miss 54 Keys' channel, we've been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back with these cases on her channel, covering the roundtable cases. And I've had a fabulous time working with both Boss and 54 Keys. I'm telling you, nothing like it, folks. You want to get into it, we get into it. But the one I wanted to share with you is one of the very first cases that helped me to create my channel. And this is the piece right here. Settlement was reached in the death of Kanika Jenkins.
Also breaking this afternoon, we are learning the family of a 19-year-old woman who died of hypothermia inside a hotel freezer has reached a settlement agreement. You may recall Kanika Jenkins was found dead inside a walk-in freezer at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont back in 2017. Jenkins went missing during a party early in the morning of September 9th. She wasn't found until the following day. The Cook County medical examiner ruled her death an accident from hypothermia. Her family sued the hotel for $50 million for negligence, saying they failed to conduct a proper search. Details of the settlement have not been made public. Also break.
You all heard that? For those that have been following us pertaining to the Kanika Jenkins case, yeah, the family finally, after what, 6 years, 6 years and changed, settled in that case. They've gotten some kind of closure to a very, very mysterious and extraordinary case of a young 19-year-old who lost her life at a birthday party that she went to. September 8th of 2017. And finally, that case has some kind of resolution to it. I guess the family can bear. Whatever information that came out of that civil trial pertaining to the Crown Plaza Hotel, the security firm which was contracted by that hotel, which was involved in that case, along with CPO Hospitality, Murray Brothers Caddyshack Restaurant, where the kitchen that was under construction at that time where Kanika was found, in an industrial commercial freezer. And so how she got there, still a mystery. Did she walk into the freezer by herself? Still a mystery. Was she put in there? Still a mystery. But the family did finally get a settlement on top of the table. Little over 6 years now, and kind of put some kind of closure to the case. Now, do they have any information that was gleaned from that civil trial that they can continue to work on? Well, that'll stand to be seen. We'll see what happens next. But that was the update that Boss had put out on his channel. I wanted to share that update with you because that case was still in motion. Not a lot to say about it after 6 years, but there are some content creators out there still banging on the walls about it. And that's fine because it does keep Kanika Jenkins's name out there, you know, to say that, hey, she's still important even after 6 years. And always will be important, and a very important case story that we've covered, not only here in my channel, Boss's channel, 54 Keys' channel, but channels connected with the case. I know Hugh has done some work on his channel. Jackie Dragon has done work on his. Cassie has done work on hers. Loyalty and Betrayal. Malika the Warrior has done work on her channel. And I can go right down the list, on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And so finally, at least we have found some new information that has now hit the table regarding that case to say that, hey, the family is starting to wrap this thing up. Where they go from here, stand to be seen. What they do, we'll keep our eyes open for it. We'll keep our eyes open for it. But yeah, that and a whole lot more off of Boss's channel. He's been giving updates almost like every week. Basically, if we're not doing anything on the round table, he'll get into some casework. He's got, oh my goodness, I mean, a variety of work up here. We're still working on the Alicia Watts case. Still waiting for the autopsy on that one. I mean, a host of others. But here's his series right here, Kanika Jenkins case study. All of his videos and more. And from his perspective, he makes you think. It really makes you think. He made me think. Here's another one he did. Let's see. Let's see if I can play this one. Miss Tanasia, I'm gonna get this to that girl over there. Oh man, how many times did we go over this video portion, boss? How many times? Miss Aquahoma's in the building. See? I tell you, much love to you, Miss Aquahoma. Much, much love. And thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday, Mr. John. Thank you. Yeah, how many times did we go over this, boss? My goodness. Literally over 1,000 times. Just to see what we can see. Shorty Small. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. 10 is in the house. Happy birthday, you youngster. I know. Definitely. Oh my goodness. Flower Bloom is in the house too. Thank you, Flower. Miss Flower Bloom is in the house. Uh-oh. Where y'all coming from? Blue Devil G is in the building. Oh my goodness. Y'all must be passing the word along. We got Brooklyn cord cutters in here. Brooklyn is in the building. Wish you many, many more to keep up the good work. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm working now, even on my birthday. Check this out. Yeah, boss said too many. Literally to go over video surveillance footage that was released upon this case, literally over 1,000 times. literally day by day, by day by day, week by week, month by month, until it started turning into years. Let's continue here. This was, believe, September 8th, going into the 9th, the morning of the 9th, early morning. It's my favorite part right here. It's my favorite part. Yes. Yeah, literally. I mean, watching and reviewing and going over and over video surveillance footage like we have never ever thought we'd ever go through to try to make sense out of what happened to Kanika Jenkins when she went missing the night she went to Irene's birthday party at the Crown Plaza Hotel. And lo and behold, we found out 21 hours later that she was found in the back of the hotel in the kitchen under construction. And then we couldn't take our eyes off that case. Wow. Anita Alexander is in the building. Much love to you. I wanted to share that piece with you because today, not only being my birthday, reminded me of when I started my channel, and all of the work that I had put in to try to make sense out of that case. And then you find people of like mind doing the same thing you were doing on their channels. I met Boss, I met Hugh, I met Cassie, I met Malika the Warrior, 54 Keys, Jackie Dragon. I mean, I have questions. I can go down the list, a host of channels I was following at that time, to see what they found, to see what perspective they were able to get from reviewing the case. So yeah, so this is where that case is today. I send a big shout out, much love to Ms. Teresa Martin for having to go through what she went through, and still to this day has to go forward to go through what she has to go through. Not easy for a mother to lose a child, member of the family, and not ever have thoughts, moments, pictures of the mind, I call them, feelings of the heart, to touch her on a day-to-day basis. So whatever she does from here, may God bless her and the family and keep them safe. Keep them safe. Anyway, let me get back to it. All right, so I wanted to share that. Thank you, boss. Thank you for putting that there. Thank you for keeping that there too. See what else I wanted to get into. Oh, we had some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff that happened in happened in Brooklyn yesterday. Happened in Brooklyn. That's where I was raised, but not in this particular part of Brooklyn, but I wasn't very far from it. But I wanted to share this with you. And this is all over the country now. This is starting to spread, and people are starting to give the appearance of the fourth kind. And what the appearance of the fourth kind is things that are not, but yet appear to be. And when I say that, well, you'll see. You'll see. See it. Y'all can see this. I gotta key it in. I don't know, my computer seems to be dragging a little bit, so bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Let's see if I can get this up here now. All right. Let me know if y'all can see that. Now. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's like my computer's dragging. This was down on 5th Avenue and 67th Street in the Bay Ridge area of Brooklyn. As people have come out in regards to protesting, in regards to what's happening in the Middle East. And it's not only happening here in New York, along with the migration, but it's happening all over the country, and it is getting stronger. Just take a look at this for a second.
With additional crime. Wait, you will be placed under arrest on the charge of disorderly conduct.
If any of you know anything about Brooklyn, it's a melting pot. All of New York City is a melting pot. I don't care where you go. Queens, Staten Island, Manhattan, the Bronx, Westchester County. I mean, all of New York City is a melting pot. We've got people from all over the world living in a small area on top of each other. And this is the South End portion of Brooklyn. I was born and raised and educated in East New York. So this is not far at all. It's about 20 minutes by car. But if you go south toward the Brooklyn Bridge, you'll end up in the southern part section where they call it Bay Ridge, not too far from the water, and the Verrazano Bridge. And for 5th Avenue, one of the busiest next to 4th Avenue, but 5th Avenue in Brooklyn, 67th, all the way up to 125th Street, excuse me, was inundated, absolutely inundated with people from all over the world. We got the Haitians, Jamaicans, we got Chinese and Korean, and we've got Black, white, Hispanic. We got people from India, Africa, I mean, you name it, Ukraine, all in this one area in the southern portion of Brooklyn. Absolutely blows my mind. And I see that the people in this video clip are feeling for what's happening to the Palestinian people over there in the Gaza Strip. I feel it every single day, and I've been covering beginning to cover this particular case as we go forward, as we move forward. What I wanted to do yesterday was to go live and bring to you what I'm starting to see, what clicked in my head, and it was based on a book that I read. I'm sure, and then I took it down. And it was this. What I'm seeing is reminding me of a book that I read called Behold a Pale Horse. And it was written by William Cooper. And inside the book, oh my goodness, explosive book. It begins to outline how the United States puts itself into positions such as the one that we're in today. That and a whole lot more. But that's the symbol of what I'm seeing now. Reminded me of that book, Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper, former naval intelligence officer, United States Navy. And this is what I see coming up out of this.
Prisoner transport vehicle, or if you resist to leave the roadway, since you have Stop moving, folks. This is what y'all say. Stop moving.
Well over 5,000 police officers were summoned to this location. Literally thousands and to handle literally thousands and thousands of people from all over the place in reference to what's happening at the Gaza Strip. And you've got people out there, you know, you have no idea of what you're dealing with. So it's putting a strain, a huge strain on a lot of the major cities, not only here in the United States, folks. This is happening in London, Australia, Germany. Oh my God, where else did I see it? Canada, Italy, you name it. This thing has gone viral as to what's happening. And we are being inundated with so much human activity that's causing this to occur on a more rapid, concurrent path than I've ever seen it before.
The arresting officer in the prisoner transport vehicle, or if you resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crimes. Since you have refused to leave the room.
Okay. I just wanted to give you just an idea of what had occurred, what is occurring, and not only here, but all across the globe. That's right, Oklahoma, Belgium too. Carol Smith is in the building. Carol Smith. Yeah, I know. That's disgusting, Hugh. And they're making sure that they emphasize that emotional trigger word. They're sure enough emphasizing that, Hugh. My computer is kind of slow here. I'll take that down. I can speed things up. Maybe I got too many windows open. Yeah, they keep saying that over and over and over and over and over again. Miss D Love is in the building. Much love to you, Miss D Love. Thank you for the birthday gift. Oh my goodness. Much love. You surprised me with that one. Definitely. Thank you so much for being here. And Miss Oklahoma. Thank you, love. My goodness. Yeah, so what's going on? What's going on? We're trying to get down to why what happened. And it's got, as I said, it's got a lot of history between the Palestinians and the people of Israel, or the Jewish people over there in that area. I wanted to just share with you, just to give you maybe a nutshell. And I'm sharing with you just some thoughts. I'm not getting into what I was going to cover too much last night. Okay, do I have that? Yeah, my computer's dragging here a bit. So just bear with me. Bear with me. All right. You know where I got to go, right? Yeah, we're never seen anything like that, Jackie. That's right. And welcome, Miss Jackie. My computer's really, is really dragging. I can't understand why that's doing that. I hope I don't have to jump down and jump off. Is boss still in the building? I may have to reboot. My clock is still moving because this is really lagging here. Just bear with me a second. Yeah. So, in looking at the migration issue and problem that we're having all across our country, and more each day, and it's getting to a point where that's still occurring along with the bombardment of what's happening in the Middle East, compounding over and over every single day. That's going to get to a point, an exponential point to where we lose our stability here in this country. For the lives of 2.3 million Palestinian people, even as I speak, suffer this very second of Israel bombarding them with bombs. Night after night, day after day, hour after hour, minute by minute, looking for the group that created the events that occurred on October 7th of this month. A little over, 16 days now? And these people that live in a small, congested area on the Gaza Strip, on the west side of Israel, east of the water, the Mediterranean Sea, has got to put up with these kind of living conditions. Total desolation of what once was their homeland, all because of a militant group called Hamas, who got together, was funded by Israel, the people that's attacking them, funding them. Also, funding came from elsewhere as well. One of the major primary funders of this group called Hamas is the folks that live in Iran. And some of their money, Iranians' money, came from the United States. Believe it or not. And I'm going to tell you who gave them a big bulk of it before they left. Night after night. Let me just take this down here for a second. Thank you for joining us, for those that are just coming in. All right, there we go. Thank you, Miss D. Love, for the birthday shout out. Miss Jackie, 11's in the building. Okay, that's slowly disappearing. I may have to reboot. I'll try to get through it anyway. But yeah, night after night, day after day, the city that once was being obliterated. And I blame these guys here. Each and every single one of them. They only pop in every 4 years. They want to stay 8 because they got business to handle. I've showed you this picture before, and these are the culprits right here. Every single time we elect an appearance of the fourth kind, things that are not but yet appear to be, remember, elect someone into office that looks good, sounds good, has got a head on their shoulders, etc., etc. They get in there and they do shit like what we're experiencing today. You left your house door wide open. I think you should go back and close it. Do you think they do? No. Israel's been a longtime ally of the United States, a very close friend of the United States as well. And these are the guys that has really put in their work during their time as the head of our country. Behind the scenes, started doing things. Everything from Papa Bush to Clinton, Bush Jr., and Obama. And now Joe Biden. That's 5 presidents. If you notice, Papa Bush spent 8 years with Reagan, 1 year by himself. That's 3 terms. Clinton spent 2 terms. Junior spent 2 terms. And Obama spent 2 terms. It's well over 25 years of work that was put into a lot of what we're seeing here today. Going after the brown people over in the Middle East. Why on earth would they want to do that? Folks, one word, it's called money. It's called money. This was all done for the profit of another. And it's continuing to be done for the profit of another. And now we got this guy who's there now, who can't even walk straight, talk straight. He doesn't even look like he knows where he is or what he's doing. He looks more like somebody's grandpa than anything else leading our country. Leading our country. And rather than jump in the middle of this fight between the Israelites or the Jewish people of Israel, rightly so, and the Palestinians as a friend, say, hey, what are y'all doing? Break it up, break it up. What seems to be the problem? They've been bickering back and forth since 1946. Back and forth. What does this guy do? What does this guy do? Know what he does? He helps this guy over in the Ukraine, president of the Ukraine, handle his war with Russia. Now, when they say humanitarian aid, that's supposed to be medical supplies, foods, material, equipment, money for restructuring, rebuilding, things of that nature, humanitarian aid. I looked it up, and nowhere in that title called humanitarian aid is the word armaments mentioned at all in the definition of humanitarian aid. I looked it up. You could look it up too. But that's what this president and the previous presidents have been doing. We are, the United States, is the biggest arms dealer on the planet. Everybody got guns. Everybody got guns, including the 14-year-old that lives down the street. I was in college when pressure ended South African apartheid. Yet people wanted to boycott Israel. People were fired, and a law was passed to quell dissent. Yes, Sakina. So this guy is funding one war, well over $140 billion is already exchanged from one hand to the next. And this guy came back to ask for more. I need helicopters. I need bomb shells. I need better equipment for my men. What are you talking about? You're losing the war over there. The equipment won't do you any good if you don't have men to use them. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, on October 7th, Hamas decides to infiltrate Israel. And then this guy shows up. Prime Minister of Israel. He's been around for a long time, folks. He just didn't show up on the scene like 2 hours ago. He's been around for a long time, since the 90s. This guy, Yahoo, I call him. Every time he gets into trouble with the Palestinian people over there, whether they be on the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, and there's some kind of confrontation going on between his people and the Palestinians, this guy always runs here for help. Always runs here for help. This is the guy that needs to be taken out of, you know how you fix the problem? You take him out of the equation. Because the majority of the folks in Israel do not like him. He was already going through a lot of issues based on corruption charges that were brought up against him. It sounds like that's what our president is also going through. Coincidental? Crooked Joe is also being brought up by Congress on criminal charges through his son. So both these guys have a lot in common. What's keeping them in place? Well, this thing called war is keeping them in place. And by golly, talk about perfect timing. Talk about perfect timing. Two guys have pretty much the same kind of record, if you will, both in politics for the longest. Get these, and I've got nothing against older people who should be retired to continue working if they could possibly work and their faculties are working and everything health-wise is with a big check mark, can handle it. The only thing outside of what they say that's most important is what they are doing. How do you tell and relocate 2.3 million people in the Gaza Strip if you're bombing the shit out of their homes? How are they supposed to move? Where are they supposed to go? But they keep telling the Palestinian people that live in the Gaza Strip, oh, go south, go south. That's where all of the humanitarian aid is, closer to the Egyptian border that separates Israel and Egypt, right? But they can't get into Egypt because the president of Egypt won't let them in fear of Hamas being a part of that group that will infiltrate Egypt and do the same damn thing. So that's why the people are stuck. That's why these people are stuck. And yet you have a peace summit that just, I think either yesterday or the day before, with many of the leaders of all of the surrounding nations getting together to try to propose some kind of a ceasefire and some kind of humanitarian help to try to fix this problem. But the Prime Minister of Israel won't let up on the bombing. So how do you help those people under fire? This is held in Cairo, Egypt. And the president of Egypt was smart enough to get together the leaders in the region, including the United States, to join this meeting. The only one who didn't show up to this meeting, this peace accord meeting, was the Prime Minister of Israel. He didn't think it was important enough. And I still say to this day that the last great president our country has had ever was this guy. right here. John F. Kennedy. He knew what to do with Russia. He knew what to do with the Cuban Missile Crisis. He knew what to do with the Bay of Pigs. Him and his brother Robert F. Kennedy, which was the Attorney General at that time, back in the 60s, knew exactly how to handle these types of situations and did so briskly. And yet, we know what happened to him. Because they wanted their war in Vietnam. War makes money, folks. Bottom line. Bottom line, the banks fund it. Banks got the money, they sign paper. The paper goes to the corporations that make the bullets, the guns, the ammunition, the tanks, and everything else, and so they get paid. Manufacture it, we get that to go into the military, which is mostly a U.S. contract under the defense contract of this country. And then they send not the leaders of these countries who want to go to war, they send other people's children to go to war for them. They sit back and chill out. To defend this country with every tooth and nail because we are being infiltrated, yes. That's what I understand the law to be. Not to go overseas to somebody else's house and put war in their house. It doesn't make sense. When you run out of bullets being halfway around the world and bombs and water and food and what are you going to do? Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? Get back in your boats, get back in your ships, get back in the airplanes, come all the way back home? Tough luck, we didn't get that one. Like the one we got in Iran. Excuse me, not in Iran, in Iraq. The last war that Bush Jr. went into. What happened there? 20-year war. A 20-year war since 9/11, folks. The longest war we've ever had outside of the Vietnam War, which was 12 years. 20 years. And the region is still unstable. Libya was another one. Muammar Gaddafi was the president of Libya, took him out. Saddam Hussein out of Iraq took him out. Going after bin Laden, allegedly took him out after chasing him all the way where? To Afghanistan. But how did the Afghanistan war happen? Through Saddam Hussein. So if bin Laden did 9/11, why did we go after Saddam Hussein? Oh, that's right. They changed the narrative and said somebody else had weapons of mass destruction. That's right. So in order to get into that region, to have a two-region regime change, if you will, that's what that was all about. Papa Bush started the whole thing back in the early 90s when he went after Saddam and didn't do the job back in 91. Had to retract everybody up out of there. And then Junior came in, put up a good reason to go back and stay there for 20 years. Afghanistan is a destabilized country. Iraq is a destabilized country. Libya is still a unstable country. Syria is an unstable country. This is what these guys did. Let me go back. I don't want to go too fast. This is what these guys did. Clinton in Bosnia. You got Bush in Afghanistan. Iraq, and Syria, which got passed over to Obama. Obama continued to do Syria and fund the same people that we were going after. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, all the gangs. These people were funding them at the same time. They were funding them. Why? Because the people who put them in office invested a lot of money for them to be in office in order to cause these things to happen for their profit. This is not an election as it's supposed to be by the people. This is bought and paid for from the military industrial complex, the multi-corporations out there paying for these guys to be in this office. Every single one of them guilty of war crimes. My opinion. My opinion. It's my opinion. And if you follow the story, you follow the narrative and start to put the facts together, all leads back to them. But you can't blame them because they have what? Governmental immunity, diplomatic immunity. They were acting under the behest of the country. Are you kidding me? And now we got another one doing the same thing. Obama gave Iran, the country that we're looking to get into right now, since we're right next door, $150 billion before he left office. Iran, the terrorist group over there, who also funds the Hezbollah group that's all right now fighting Israel. That also funds Hamas, the terrorist group that's right now fighting Israel. And you got the Houthi group out there, another faction, terrorist group. So think of Iran being the top of the pyramid, and the pyramid running down through various different areas in the Middle East, funding these militant groups to do what they do. Why? Because you got American presidents over here that don't have nothing else better to do than to be funded by people who want to go after brown people to take their land and country and resources. That's why. That's why. They want the resources. They want this world order that they're in charge of. They've been telling us since day one. And they're doing everything in their power to get it. It's called the Great Work. That's why on the back of every dollar is a pyramid. It's called the Great Work. Novus Seclorum or something like that, New World Order. That's their plan, their game plan. Novus Seclorum. It took me a while to even figure out what the hell that meant. And they sucker punched us with Obama. Oh man, this country has now got the first black president. Are you kidding me? Oh wow, things are really going to change. No, it didn't. It got worse. And he was the one who helped Biden. Clinton helped him when his wife Hillary was running for president. And the only reason why Obama got it was because he had more popularity than Hillary. We didn't like Hillary because of what was going on between her and Bill. I won't even get into that story. But anyway, so when he was the official nominee for president of the United States, Bill ran alongside of Obama, made sure that he went out and pitched for him, and he did. Harder than I've seen anybody else do for a black man. And guess who came out behind the blue curtain in Chicago? Guy who's wearing a blue tie. Now we're starting to find out things about him that we never knew about, on the private, personal side. That's what kind of people they put in there, man. That's what kind of people they put in there. So let me do this. I wanted to show you this so you'll have a visual. And take that down. And let me go to this piece. Yeah, want to weaken this country in order to get it where it needs. And they're doing the job, folks. They're doing the job. We're seeing it right before our eyes every single day. They're doing the job. Let's go here. Let's go here right now. All right. Hold on 1 second, folks. Hold on. I'm trying to unstick this now. Now my buttons won't work. Oh, damn. My buttons won't work. Okay. All right. Y'all see that type of one? We're going to get into some map work. Let's see where we're going to start. Let's go back here. Let's go here. Okay, Oklahoma. Thank you, love. Oklahoma in the building. Yaya Kids is in the building. Thank you for being here, Yaya. All right, so we started here in our last talk. Mexico City, where the immigration is coming from. All the way to New York, infiltrating the 5 boroughs and getting thicker and thicker and thicker every single day. The people who've been coming from way down here, South America, Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela, Nicaragua, pushing through up into Mexico, infiltrating our borders at the Texas area, Arizona, Nevada, and coming up through there into hubs, being put on buses and being shipped out here to the north. New York, Chicago, California, Colorado, you name it. And the more and more you see that there's infiltration of the migration issue affecting our country, at the same time, too, you'll also see that we got a major problem over here in the Middle East. In the Middle East over here is where the action is right now. 16 days from October the 7th, a militant group called Hamas governed this area. 2.3 million people in the Gaza Strip here. This is a highly condensed area. Think of the projects in the ghetto. How closely knitted the project housing complexes that are built here in the United States are. You can go to Chicago and see them. You go to New York here and see them, California. You go anywhere across the country. Every state has got an area, low income area, which was a project complex. Okay. These people don't have resources. They don't have a standing army. They don't have good running water. They've been highly controlled in this area for 75 years. And each decade changes the demographics of this area. A little over 50%, think about this for a second, folks. A little over 50% I think it's 51, 52, give or take. 52% of the population in the Gaza Strip are children. A little over half of the population is children. How did this come to be? Is the question. So you'd have to go back because, as I said in the beginning, these two places between the Palestinian people, the Arabs, and the Jewish people of Israel had been put together by somebody else. And the marriage didn't work from day one. The marriage did not work from day one, folks. What happened here in 1946 was a marriage on paper, giving the Jewish people a state called Israel in an area predominantly populated by Arab-speaking, the Arab countries. The Arab countries, Jordan, Arabic. Take a look at it. Egypt, another. Iraq. You start to see the names. Syria. Iran. Afghanistan. Pakistan. Oman, Jordan. Saudi Arabia. There you can see it. All you got to do is look at the map, look at the name, and then you know who's in there. Predominantly an Arab countries all over the place. And they decided, and I'll get to who they are, to create this area here for a people living in all different points of the country, especially in Europe, a home state. And they decided to put them right here. 1946. 1948, the Balfour Declaration was signed by Her Majesty Prince George V. King George. I can't call him a prince. King George V. Balfour Declaration was a statement to settle the Jewish population, the Jewish people from all over, scattered all over from World War I, right here in this location called Palestine at the time. I know because I checked. Let me show you this. Let me come back real quick. I got to reshare my screen. Y'all still with me? I hope I'm not boring you. I hope I'm not boring you. Wouldn't you have anything else better to do on your birthday than to work? Oh, where did it go? Well, let me do it again. My computer's really acting up on me here, so just bear with me. I got to wait a couple of seconds. Why do you think the U.S. is always involved? The U.S. and the UN divided that territory. Yes, that's right. Yeah, yeah, no doubt. All right, so are we there? Okay. Can I do this? Come on, computer, work. Okay. I can't see the chat, but I had to do some digging. You know me. Let's find out what it looked like during that time. Let's see what this Balfour Declaration that was approved by the United Nations, put together in 1945, approved in 1948, put to paper. Let's see what they allegedly said yes to. Okay. Well, thank you, AK-47. All right. So here's a map. I went back to 1946. How do I know that this is a 1946 map? Because I got it from the United Nations. Map number 103.1B, United Nations. This is what the region looked like February of 1956. And modified map, survey of Palestine, April 1946, modified. Okay. So here's what they got on paper. All right. So they wanted to take this area in the Middle East and make a home state for the Jewish people and a home state for the Palestinian people, a two-state region. Jewish people could govern themselves on this landmass, and the Palestinian people could govern themselves on their landmass. So far, so good. Now, when you come to the legend here, Palestine. That's what it's originally called, folks, Palestine. Under the legend, the Arab state is in orange. Those that speak Aramaic, Arabic, well, those are languages anyway, belongs to the orange, and the Jewish state is in the green, blue-green, whatever you want to call that. And the city of Jerusalem would be a neutral area that would be not ruled by any one of the parties, being that they have such great history going back into time, but be an open area controlled and monitored and taken care of by the United Nations under the Balfour Declaration, which was signed, created in 1926, and then developed and signed in 1948. Okay. So this is supposed to be all of Arabs up here to the north, and then the Jewish people right beside them. Haifa, all the way down the coast to Jaffa. The original names, Tel Aviv is right here, which would be for the Jewish people next to the water, the Mediterranean Sea. And then you'd have the Arab states here in Jenin, Nablus, Ramallah, Ramel, all the way around Jerusalem. And the Hebron area, and then the Gaza Strip to the coast, In other words, giving each of the nation states equal portion to the land and the water. Okay, when you first take a look at it, it makes sense. You have a good land mass for the Jewish speaking people and a good land mass for the Arab people. And as you can see, the Gaza Strip not only runs down the coast to the west, but also runs down into the area next to Egypt. All the way down here. Beersheba, this land mass region, would be populated by the Jewish people all the way down. So the United Nations found that this was an equitable separation for the two nation states to live. The Jews agreed immediately, automatically, because remember, they've been scattered since World War I. They were all over the place, running from prosecution and, of course, death. And we know what happened when regarding the Holocaust and what the Germans did to the Jews at that time. So these people were scattered all over the place. These guys in Europe, the king and his cabinet decided to draft up and write this Balfour Declaration. Sorry about that. No.
Why aren't you guys stop?
Get back to my map here. And put together something that was of equal equity to both. I hate to sound like they're trying to help. Jews said, yes, great. We're looking for a homeland. We need a place to stay. We need a place of our own. And we'll cultivate it and take care of the land and everything else like that. That's what they promised. You know what the Arabs said? The surrounding Arabs in that area and in Palestine itself said, no, we don't want that. We want our land to be our land. You have no right to infiltrate or trespass on our land. Well, you have to understand who was running the show at that time, and this goes into the Ottoman Empire by the Turks, which is north of this land mass itself, Turkey. All right, so since day one, they said no. They redesigned the map a number of different times to see what would satisfy the Palestinian people. Excuse me. And they said no 3 times. They didn't want anything to change. However, the decision was made under the Balfour Agreement or Declaration that this is the way it was going to be anyway. And hence, we have the 2 nation states here, living side by side. Let's just say a couple who should have never gotten married. They were thrown together. And say, you people work it out. You people work it out. If you need our help, we'll be here, but work it out. And it's never worked out ever since. And so what they would do is go to war with each other. They go to war with each other. What would war provide them with? It would provide them with population control. He who had the most numbers living on the land would own the land. Was the ideal. That was the ideal. So what they basically tried to do was outbreed each other. And that's what the Jewish people not only did, but since the Jews were scattered all over the country, the landmass here, there are Russian Jews, there are Jews from Europe, there are Jews from Germany, Jews from Poland. They were all over the place. Since this was their homeland, the government told all of those people to come to the homeland. And that's what infiltrated this area rather quickly to outnumber or try to outnumber the Arabs, the Palestinians. Egypt went to war with Israel. Syria went to war with Israel. I mean, it was war after war after war. I'm growing up as a kid, and every time I, came in either from school or came in from work or whatever like that, I'd say, Mom, Dad, you're watching the news. These people are at it again. Every single day of the week, you'd always hear about the conflict that was happening over here in this region. I grew up with this stuff. This guy's back at it again. More people being killed, more families being displaced, more families being killed too. Unfortunate. Every time since they went through prime minister after prime minister after prime minister for the Jewish people, when Netanyahu got in there, that Yahoo bird, when he got in there, that stubborn, he's a stubborn one. There's no leeway with him. What does he want to do now? You know what he wants to do now? Exactly what he's doing right now. He wants to eliminate the Gaza Strip. He won't say it. No, you can't. That's way off point being political. He won't say it, but look at what he's doing on the news. And look at who he talked to help him to do it. It's 1+1 stuff, folks. Don't listen to what the hell they say. Watch exactly what they do. They are bombing the shit out of the Gaza Strip area, and in a way that I showed you on the side panel here. Come back to it. If I can move my little tab here, still dragging a little bit. No, I got to go back up. I showed you on the side panel here, because a picture says 1,000 words. Come on back down. Come on back down. It's coming, folks. It's coming. It's coming. There it is. Right here. Right in front of our face. What you do speaks so loud, what you say, I cannot understand. And that's where Yahoo is. He's not listening to anybody. He's doing exactly what he intends to do to the nation state of Palestine, or to the Palestinian people in that region. This is total desolation. How do you come back from this? What do they go back to? 52% of the population of the Gaza Strip are children. And he won't let them out. Let them get to safe haven going after this Hamas group. No, he's bombarding them, causing more psychological trauma for those children and their families for life. You will never think about coming back here type shit. And that's what he wants them to remember. You will never think about coming ever back here to your homeland. But the Palestinian people are resilient people. They want to stay in their homeland, regardless of what this prime minister and his government is doing to them. This is what's happening right now. The very moment that I'm speaking to you, these words coming out of my mouth. And they're stuck under buildings. You think for a little over 4,000 people is what the news is? Those numbers that the news are shouting out are the lowest statistics just to try to keep everybody under control. Try to keep them in a calm mental state, listening to how they are speaking about the narrative. We were minding our business one day, and then they decided to attack us out of nowhere. We didn't know what was going on. We were taken by surprise. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. They've got some of the best surveillance technology over there in Israel, far better than I guess we do here. Know why? Do you know why? Because the United States funded Israel since the time of their past conflicts. Why would you think they would have an Iron Dome? Where the hell did they get that from? The Iron Dome. Like, what the hell is that? It's a high technological missile interceptor. Rocket, it will explode and disintegrate rockets before it ever touches the ground. Any one of these buildings out here. And we are the ones who funded billions and billions each year now, like public assistance. We've been giving public assistance over to Israel every single year. They qualify to give them what they have. Do they have nuclear weapons? Absolutely. Who gave them to them? Us. The only thing they don't have is a Navy. Well, hence who just provided them with that assistance? We did. We just sent 2 world-class aircraft carriers over there to the region. USS Eisenhower and the brand new, I think it was 38 billion. I think it's a hell of a lot more than that. Billions, not millions no more, folks. It used to be millions back in the day. We're doing billions now. Forget about it. Next year, I think we'll start to hear the word trillion come out. It changed these words, I guess, like they change their underwear. Billions. The USS Gerald R. Ford, named after who? A president. The USS Eisenhower, named after who? A president. They got the USS Ronald Reagan. They got the Nimitz, the USS Nimitz. They named the boats after after the people that helped them to get there. So we'll provide the Navy portion of the military aspects of Israel. That's what's over there. And we just sent 15,000 troops quietly over there as well. They said 2,500. Special ops, no, it's more than that. Because if you send 2,500 here, well, you got to go and make sure that the places that you've been to in the past are covered too. Why? Because all that landmass is covered by Arab-speaking people or Arabs. Iran, Iraq, Syria, the ones that are not our friends. They still live over there. Afghanistan. Here's the thing about Afghanistan. When Joe did the troops finally from Afghanistan, being over there 20 years from Bush Jr., you know what they did? They left all the equipment that they took over there. What did you say, John? Yeah. They left all of the equipment, tanks, missile rockets, Everything that our army, our military used over there to infiltrate Afghanistan and Iraq, it left over there. Who do you think got it? Hey, well, we don't need it anymore. We'll make a deal with you. And hence, who do we have to look no further than this place called Washington, D.C. to make those deals? Arms deals. Like I said, our country is the biggest arms dealer in the world. Why bring back shit you don't need anymore? Sell it. And that's exactly what they did. Just like they helped bin Laden when he was fighting in Afghanistan against Russia. U.S. created a militant group that bin Laden was in. It wasn't called Al-Qaeda then. Armed them through the CIA, went over there to train them to go against Russia. And the Russian army backed off. And Afghanistan was saved. Now they wanted him to do a special favor that he didn't want to do. And so they turned him into a criminal and called him 9/11, along with 19 other people. See, that's how they play. That's how they play. When Obama and his just before the election needed that extra push, I believe it was during that time, they caught him. They finally caught him in Pakistan, shot him down. Wendy, we can't show you any pictures though. They put him on the boat and dropped him in the water. No evidence of bin Laden whatsoever. That's how that story went to sleep. Obama gets his second term. This is how they play. After all those years, always save the ace card for last. He played it hands down. Hands down. That's how the United States plays. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is the card they play. They've been doing this. They've been doing this for decades. I've taken you through most of the presidents as far back as Reagan, because Bush Sr. was with Reagan 2 terms. He had his own term. That's 3 damn terms. He was former director of the CIA, so he knew where everything was. These people don't get into office with zero knowledge about what the hell to do. But when it comes to the United States, when it comes to us needing help, we're the last ones there. We're the last ones even thought of. Hurry up and wait. They treat us like we're in a DSS line. We haven't gotten to your application yet. Call us back tomorrow. It's what we're going through, folks. This is what we're going through. So you need to look no further. You need to look no further than who's in the house. It's simple math now, because you already see what this president is doing. Is he helping the people of the United States in any way, shape, or form? At least the last president, Trump, tried to during the COVID period. Stimulus checks, try to get everybody back to work, try to come up with the right vaccines, and other people started messing with the vaccines. Johnson & Johnson's, Merck and Company, and all those pharmaceutical companies. I mean, they were going wild over this shit. Who did they blame for that? China. Oh, that's right. China, the third piece to this equation. War in Ukraine with Russia to keep Russia occupied, to deplete all of their supplies over time, it's been 2 years with Ukraine and Russia right now. And as soon as we think that they run out of supplies, we'll figure out a reason to attach going over there. They've been wanting Putin for a long time. Long time. But what does Putin do? Well, Putin's smart. He plays chess. You know what he does? He goes to China. China, one of our biggest exporters in the world. In the world. If the United States doesn't have a large amount of goods from China sitting in their house and in every hotel we've been into and in every place, made in China, made in China, made in China, made in China. Even the Chinese food is made in China. That's the third part of this equation that looks like it's getting ready to fall in place because of Taiwan. And they're gearing up. China is gearing up to get Taiwan back from the United States' business agreements and contracts that we have with Taiwan, because they are the largest semiconductor manufacturing producer in the world. You know, for our cell phones, our computers, everything electronic, from our TVs, stuff in the kitchen, stuff in the bedrooms, stuff. I mean, come on. So yeah, you know, China takes a step and wants to take back what belongs to them naturally anyway, before we got there and put a military base over there in Taiwan. They'll come to get that. We'll think it's a form of war, which we will think at that time, and we got to go over there. This is the first time I have ever seen the United States in a multi-pronged war. And they're using proxies to do it. Proxies. We're using Ukraine as a proxy to Russia. Israel as a proxy to Iran. Now we just got to think of tying Russia into being a proxy for China. And you know that guy, Kim Jong-il over in North Korea, he was also paid a visit by Putin. So these guys are on alert. They say U.S. is going crazy. They're spending money out their ass. They're funding 2 wars, high inflation, an economy that's just drifting into the abyss. Nobody's hardly working. Nobody's hardly making any money. Gas prices are up. I mean, need I say more? Only because we put the wrong people in the wrong place, doing the wrong things behind our back they shouldn't be doing, and they are destroying this country on purpose because they want their new world order. And the way to do that is from within. Turning the United States from a superpower that it once was, just 25 years ago, give or take, superpower, nobody could touch us, into a third world country, such as what South America is going through. And these guys, they jump out with their golden parachutes after their term. Since they go into war, they know what stocks and bonds to invest in. Those corporations manufacture the bullets and the tanks and all that other stuff that I talked to you about earlier. And when the stock goes up on those companies, they make a profit. I mean, you're right there with the information. Why not use it, right? Can't be that stupid. Then look, if we get caught, we'll be rich. That's why they're all smiling. And look, if they catch us, they're not going to get us. They ain't killing us, but we'll be rich. We'll just go to somebody else's country and hide out and bring somebody else on board. That's how they play, because they're bought and paid for. Bought and paid for, folks. This stuff is all in our face now. They can't hide it no more. Can't hide it no more. Was there? Oh, yeah. I wanted to share this with you too, and then I'm going to drop the link. I'm on a roll. I wanted to cover this last night. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I said, no, I'll save it. I'll save it. Save for Sunday. Save for tomorrow. Do it tomorrow, John. Okay. Let's see if this is going to work here. I'm trying to pull it up. Still running on the slow mode. And I want to take time out to make a special thanks to Miss Oklahoma. If she is still in the building, much love to you. Thank you for the birthday gift. Miss D Love, much love to you. Thank you for the birthday gift. I believe Molly 13 is on the list. She had sent me a little something. Thank you, Miss Molly. Thank you. And I don't think there was anybody else. I got to double check. I had to double check. Birthday love. I love it. One other thing. I want to go back to the map here for a second. I wanted to show you. I don't want you to leave here without tying this all together. John's on a roll tonight. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see where we are. All right, we're on 4 of 6. We're at the Gaza Strip. Okay, go back to the Gaza Strip, John. All right, so we're here back at the Gaza Strip. You can actually see the layout of the wall. Look, all the way down here. Just follow it. That's the Gaza Strip. 28 miles, 30 miles long, 8 miles wide, give or take. And that's just a guesstimation. All along the coast, Mediterranean Sea. We got 2 aircraft carriers, the Gerald Ford and the Eisenhower sitting off the shore. We also got subs underneath the water because they go along with aircraft carriers. You know, you run out of ammunition, what else are you going to use? You better have a backup. Well, they got subs as backups underwater. I ain't going to tell you that, but it's just a smart military strategy to have a backup, right? All right, so the Gaza Strip, and this is central Gaza right here. Here is where Hamas started. Once they breached the border, 3 miles in is where they flew in on paragliders and infiltrated the closest area in Israel. And this is where 250 or 60 people lost their lives to gunfire. Young people having a party. It was a holy festival. I don't know if it was a part of a Jewish holiday or not, but right here. And they besieged this whole area, went into homes, and blatantly killed people. Whoever was there was shot. Now, what they did to children and all this other stuff, that could become speculation. It could become hearsay, adding more fuel to the fire, but nonetheless, bad situation altogether. But this is where they went. And then they began their infiltration up until literally for hours before the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, showed up to take over, to get control of this area. People waiting hours. What happened? How did these guys get in? No, how? Simple, to let them in. They had prior knowledge that there was something going down. You know who told them? You know who told them? President of Egypt. Yeah, they did. They knew. But it was never looked into. It never went up the chain of command properly. And by that time, it was too late. Because these guys was already in the air. They were shooting rockets at the same time on motorcycle bikes, anything that can move. And as soon as they came past that border, anything that was on the road got shot. Any person walking on the street got shot. I was able to locate, which I cannot show on my channel at all, but I was able to find a video clip that showed it in its entirety, uncut, unedited, straight up. And it's devastating. Man, woman, child on the street just gets shot down, mowed down. These guys came in with AK-47s and rocket launchers. They came in equipped. And any car that they could steal from the person they shot, they took. And that's how they were able to get around very fast, very quickly, in order to infiltrate other areas and cause more devastation than we've ever seen Israel have in years. In years. This is not a fight. This is a conflict. A conflict. This is where they went. Right here. Over here, to the northwest, to the northeast of Gaza, is the West Bank. This is the second section that I showed you on the map. A partitioned area of land for the rest of the Palestinians. The West Bank. You keep hearing the word the West Bank. These people can't get to help the folks over here at Gaza, and Gaza can't get to the West Bank. They're being told to go here. To Rafah Landport Crossing. Rafah Landport Crossing goes into Egypt. This is where all of the humanitarian aid is there waiting for literally 2 million people to show up to come and get the food and the medical supplies and all this other stuff. There it is right here. I think I can show you. It's the entrance. That's where the humanitarian aid is. Comes right through there. Right over this crossing. They sent 20 trucks this week, 17 early this morning, for literally 2 million people to try to get to. Are you kidding me? But yet, Israel will not stop bombing the region for the people to get to the southern border that they've been telling them all week to get to. How do you get there? How do you get help? They've shut off the water, electricity. They've put a full blockade on the Gaza. Water, electricity, food, and then they bomb. What I heard is that they bombed a hospital. They bombed an old, ancient 1600-year-old church. People went to the church for shelter. And according to Article 49 of the international law, under the Geneva Convention, we got war crimes here. Because they're hitting targets that they're not supposed to be hitting under that law, especially civilian population. a non-combatant population. Telling 2 million people to go south to Rafah, to the crossing, so they can get help, humanitarian help. They can't get to it. They're still pulling people out from under buildings that fell on them. That's what they're doing. This is a very bad situation. You talk about evil. Who does that? 52% of the population, the Gaza Strip, are children. Children. And they know this. And all they're doing this of is out of hate. Pure hate from decades and decades of being their landlord, if you will. These are the tenants, so to speak. And this is their way of evicting them from the land. And anyone that they've expelled from the past cannot come back to their homeland. This is how they're being treated. Far beyond what happened October 7th. It's way beyond that. This is overkill. 1,400 people died on October the 7th. Okay. We're well over 4,000 to 5,000 people. And I'm just talking news statistics right now. But it's more than that when you can have this land surveyed properly. As to all the people that got caught in those buildings when those buildings got bombed, where they were. Where they were when the buildings fell on. They're still pulling people out. And then they're being bombed. No lights, no electricity, no water for 2 weeks, no food for 2 weeks, no stores to go to, no cars to drive, nothing. Meanwhile, they're piecemealing this stuff out, but yet they can't get to the trucks. This is who Yahoo is, that prime minister over there. Not what he says, it's what he's doing. Tells you a lot about him and his attitude toward the Palestinian people. It's not just Hamas. Hamas is separate from them. But this is his overall attitude toward the people, the Palestinian people that live in that region. Not only on the Gaza Strip, we're talking about the West Bank too. They've separated those people, displaced them into settlements in the West Bank. This is what they won't tell you on the news, folks. You got to do your own research to get this out. I started doing mine. So we're at this Rafah crossing. Now that I'm finished with this, let me come back to you. Oh, I was there already. This is where they got to cross. There's Landport, but they can't get through. Up here to the north, the second group, or a second front, called Hezbollah, another group like Hamas, also being funded by Iran. What are they doing? Well, they're shooting rockets and missiles over at Israel, keeping them occupied. They've already bombed the airports in Aleppo and Damascus. So there's no landing for re-up of ammunition or anything else. And this is right next door to Syria. See? Damascus down here, and Aleppo north of it. Lebanon, Beirut. Those names should ring a bell because we've been there too. So in the northern region, Israel's being or trying to be bombed, but the Iron Dome is there to protect the land from being desolated, unlike the Gaza Strip. For these people to get into Egypt. Now, the Egyptian president, as I said, didn't want the immigration issue of the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to come in through the border because any one of them could be factions of Hamas and or somebody else in the group. So they're not going to mess up their house. President's got high security on Egypt. Okay. All right. So what do? They go to a summit here in Cairo. The Egyptian president pulls these guys together and starts to say, what can we do? This guy won't stop shooting his bombs. He's not listening. And they're going to do a land invasion almost any second now. They've been preparing this land invasion for quite some time. We've been trying to get food and supplies in through that area, to that area for those people for the last 2 weeks. Somebody get on the phone and somebody go and see this guy and say, yo, man, stop. The United Nations held a meeting as well, where there was a resolution that was put on the table in reference to getting some kind of control and handling of this situation. You know what the United States representative to the United Nations said? One word, and it was an answer. Out of the many yeses coming from all of the other nations, we're talking about Africa, South Africa, we're talking about all of the leaders that they had at this conference here. The United States said no, because the wording of the document didn't include certain things and details, so we have to decline. Are you kidding me? Is this supposed to be helping those people over there? Yeah. Far away. Remember, the United Nations is here in New York. I said no. They vetoed it. Nope. Brazil came in with one. Russia came in with one. Nope. It's missing certain words. These people are more concerned about what words say on fucking paper than the many of the lives that are being lost right now. And the potential of many, many more to happen out of this conflict. So they had their meeting in Cairo. Meanwhile, this area down here in the southern region, right across from Saudi Arabia, and this is the region south of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, they decide, whoever the hell is here, which is another isolated gang group, I like to call them. It's not Hamas. It's not Hezbollah. I think it's called the Houthis or the Sufis or the somebodies, started shooting missiles from Yemen. That's right. They don't care about the lives being lost. Started shooting missiles from Yemen, where it was reported that U.S. Navy vessels shot the missiles down before they reached the region. So it's letting them know, if you make a move on this land invasion, we're going to pop up all over the place. You just don't know where we are yet. It was to give them a little sign, we ain't where you think you are. Or we're not where you think we are, excuse me. So you better not. From Yemen, we get to this place here, Iran. Tehran is the capital of Iran. This is a state-sponsored terrorist headquarters, if you will, from what we've been told. You have to take what they say with a grain of salt. From what we've been told, the Ayatollah, the leader, president, prime minister, chairman, or whatever the fuck, the big guy, old guy with the big head wrap, his long beard, and, you know, all this other stuff, like they usually dress, is sitting in a chair and yeah, pulling all the strings. You know, the one that Barack Obama gave $150 billion to before he left, and then Joe just got finished giving them through frozen assets $6 billion that they froze during the Trump administration. What did he do? He unfroze it. What did we get back? 5 hostages that they had. Well, you had to give them $6 billion too? The hell? Possibly freed up some money in order to get these organizations up and running. To do what? To do exactly what they're doing right now. So this is the reason why U.S. is pissed at Iran and they want to get there. But they also have to remember that this region is tied very close, is a closely knitted region. Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, right next door. All the areas outside of Iran that we went in to destabilize through the wars that we had with If y'all can hear me, okay. My mic was stuck. If y'all can hear me, I'm waiting for Boss to come up. Sorry about that. I don't even know how long I was out. Uh-oh. Gotta shut my live down. Shut the live down. Am I looking at this right? Yeah. Shut the live down.
You up, man? You good? Trying to be back in a second. Having some technical difficulties right now. Y'all sit tight.
Kids missing just sickens my mood. Now I got an attitude. You think I won't battle fool? I will slap the fuck out of you. Maybe I am a radical. I'm charged up with a matador. You don't love the kids, why do you got them for? I tell the truth, how they got out the door. These cases I can't ignore. You damn right I want your face on the floor. We lacking info pimping, I'ma need more. See, it's the truth that we want. You supposed to love your kid, the truth is you don't. Somebody bring them parents up to the front. Them kids been missing for months. Damn right I'm mad, pimp, I done had enough. Oh, my business, bitch, I don't give a fuck. I might just tear this shit up. Now we got summer, we got horse, and we got orange. Like the parents, they don't care. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? All of the YouTubers pursuing. They do more than what you doing. Now how the fuck you gonna influence? Your reputation done been ruined. Why? Oh, why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why?
Are we back?
You good to go, my brother?
Oh, are we back? Oh my God. I was like, what the hell happened? All right. Type of 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Oh man, type of 1 in the chat if you can hear me. That was a bug out. I'm like, okay, am I frozen? The boss had called me and said, yo, man, you ain't got no sound. It's like, what? Oh, okay. Okay. It's like, oh, sweat. Somebody must have heard me. Huh? I must be talking about something. I like just got like I got stuck somewhere. You trying to take me off my point? Okay. We see where it's at. Much love to everybody. Still here. I was like, okay, did they end my live? Boss just jumped down. He just like came up. Maybe he's oh, it was funny. I'm sitting up here going, no, they didn't do that. Yes, they did, John. Yes, they did. Oh man, boss, thanks so much, man, for jumping in and hanging on to the live because I didn't want to end the live because it'd kill everything that I wanted to have in it. I didn't see my clock moving and nothing. I'm like, okay. You know how we do it here. Oh, so now I got to find that piece. All my tabs have been closed out. I had to restart my computer. Now, I wanted to find this piece I wanted to share with you. Okay. Oh, man. You are the best, bro. You are the best. See, that's why we're brothers. He calls me his older brother. Godfather. I like older brother better. Godfather, you know, I don't want to go that fast. I don't want to go that fast, boss. But he does that out of love and respect. I get it. I get it. The brother comes with some knowledge, this, that, and the other thing. But yeah, I just want to say your brother. Godfather, you know, I don't know. I can't make people offers they can't refuse. I'll simply make him an offer he can't refuse. Make him an offer he can't refuse. You know, we'll get Luca Brasi over. Telling me swimming with the fishes. Tamika Ward is in the house. Much love to you, Tamika. All right, so here's a oh wow. Conversation. I came across a news article. Prominent journalist was having a conversation with one of the former prime ministers of Israel, right? And he gets him on his program and he walks him through this interview. I want you to listen to this communication exchange and pay very careful and close attention to the words that come out of the prime minister's mouth, because it's going to give you factual details as to the attitudes and mindset of the Israeli government towards the Palestinian people. This is key and very important. I wanted to tie this in. I know we did map work. I'm trying to give you as much as I could from the live I was going to do last night. Tonight, since I'm here, I said, well, okay, I'll dip into it a little bit because I need to get this off my chest. Things could change in the next 5 minutes with the way things are going on. But take a listen to this and, well, you'll see. Let me just bring it up. And it's a very important conversation.
Putting me on up front.
My pleasure.
Danny, last Saturday, the 7th, Hamas launched a devastating attack. Thousands of rockets were fired towards Israel. and hundreds of Hamas fighters crossed into the country. There are reports of horrific killings of Israeli civilians, a clear violation of international law. In response, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu threatened to turn the Gaza Strip into, quote, rubble, and the government announced a, quote, complete siege of the enclave. Since then, we've seen mass bombing in Gaza with reports that hundreds of civilians have been killed. Now, while the actions of Hamas are a clear, and I want to emphasize that, a clear violation of international law, isn't the collective punishment of all Gazans also, by definition, a war crime?
Not really, because the situation is very clear. You know, as you mentioned, rightly so, Hamas perpetrated an attack, which was a surprise attack. The IDF was caught unprepared, and they got a major victory for the first 24 hours. But who was this victory against? Babies and children and whole families that were massacred in bed. The IDF was nowhere to be seen. When the IDF came back now, they pushed them back into the Gaza. Now, the problem with the Hamas is that they're committing a double war crime, because they are targeting only civilians. And they're using their own civilians, the poor Palestinian of Gaza, as human shields. And what Israel did gave them a fair warning. And I think this is the only way to do with them, is we told the Gazan people to clear the area temporarily so we can go and take Hamas out. And then, of course, they can come back. So this, by definition, is not a war crime. We understand the plight of the Palestinians. They deserve their dignity and everything else. But
to clear the area, where are these people supposed to go? Has he taken a look at the region? Has he been down in the region to see where they could go? Listen carefully to his words, because you'll start to see what picture he begins to draw as to the narrative he wants us to understand. But then again, this journalist, Mark Lamont, he catches him off guard. I mean, this exchange is a classic.
Nothing justifies butchering families. You know, this day, as you mentioned, 7th of October, was the day that more Jews were killed in 24 hours than any other day since the Holocaust. So you see,
I mean, without question, respectfully, this is a devastating moment, an extraordinary act of violence that again is a violation of international law. But you said a couple of things that I want to push you on. The idea of collective punishment is one of the things that we're talking about here. Electricity has been cut, power has been cut, fuel has been cut. The Gazan people right now are being punished for the actions of Hamas. How is that not by definition collective punishment?
Two things. First of all, Hamas has turned Gaza into an enemy state. So there is no law, nothing in international law that compels a country you are in a war with to supply them the electricity. Now, what do they use the electricity for?
As an occupying power, international law does say that you have certain responsibilities by law. But before we get there, even if we'll hold it for a moment, the power thing, there are residential buildings being hit. There are hospitals being hit. This is a densely populated area. The idea of being able to run away or to escape or go to a safe area seems impossible. Also, according to your own military representatives, you've abandoned the idea of knocking on roofs. That is to say, giving a warning of dropping a non-explosive munition on buildings before people go. So people aren't getting a warning. They have nowhere to go. Residential buildings, schools, and hospitals are being hit. How is this not, again, an act of collective punishment? And how is this not a target of civilian, unless, of course, you're regarding everybody in Gaza as an enemy combatant?
Okay, well, I hear you. But again, what we gave the population is a fair warning. What would you do? You know,
is the fair warning? I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Benjamin Netanyahu told everyone to leave the area. Where were they to go?
Okay, very, I mean, this is thought out. It's not something that we tell them, go to the beaches, go drown yourselves, God forbid. Not at all. There is a huge expense, almost endless space in the Sinai desert just on the other side of Gaza. The idea is, and this is not the first time it will be done, the idea is for them to leave over to the open areas where we and the international community will prepare the infrastructure, tent cities with food and with water. You know what? Just like for the refugees of Syria that fled the butchering of Assad a few years ago to Turkey. Turkey received 2 million of them. This is the idea. Now, Egypt will have to play ball here because once the population is out of sight, then we...
Did you hear what he just said? Egypt will have to play ball. Egypt will have to play ball. In other words, does Egypt know what you guys are doing? Does Egypt know that that's the directive that you're trying to give to the Palestinian people? Is to leave their own state to come over to your house? This guy's inviting people to other people's houses, and that they'll have tent cities and food and medical supplies and all this other stuff there ready, up and running and waiting for them. And they don't. They don't. But listen on, because this gets very interesting. This is this one-sided conversation.
We can go. You know what what Hamas did?
When you said the population out of sight, is that practically possible in such a densely populated area? And 40, I mean, you have 2 million people in a densely populated enclave. 47% of the inhabitants are children. Is it reasonable or plausible to think that all those people are going to relocate to this excluded area and be safe from a bombing attack? And again, we're saying there's warnings, but there are numerous reports on the ground that there are no warnings, that people are getting hit, that families have been killed from these attacks.
I'll tell you in a practical manner what we should do and what we can do. Create, like in the past in history, a humanitarian corridor. When there is a humanitarian corridor, and we have been discussing this with the United States, then we can guarantee in this corridor that nobody will get hurt. Now, again, I say there is...
So the corridor has not even been made for these people in order for them to make their way to the southern region where the border of Egypt is. Listen to his words carefully. They haven't created it. Why? Because they're bombing the shit out of the Gaza Strip. One can't be created. One isn't created. That's first and foremost. And nothing has been set up for these people down there at the southern border at all. They can't even get to the food supplies.
Is a way to receive them all on the other side for temporary time on Sinai. Because what did Hamas turn out
on the other side? Are we
Gaza,
talking about Rafah? Are you saying the other side that go to Egypt?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And Egypt will have to play ball because this is human life is at stake. And if you're talking as
human life is at stake because you're cutting off power, you're shutting down hospitals, you're bombing residential buildings. I mean, right now there is a hospital that does not have sufficient power. There is a hospital where people are literally going to die. And Israel's energy minister, Israel Katz, said no electrical switch will be turned on, no hydrant will be open, no fuel truck will enter until the Israeli abductees are returned home. Now, the ICRC spokesperson, Hisham Mahana, said that by cutting that power, hospitals are going to turn into graveyards. This is not an ideologue. This is the International Committee of the Red Cross. They're saying that because of your country's actions, not the actions of Hamas, not the actions of Egypt, but because of Israel's actions, the hospitals are going to turn into graveyards. How is that not a war crime? How is that defensible by any standard?
First of all, the war crime, if anything, is Hamas. They are the ones, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Hamas does not allow, sometimes when they can, they keep those civilians captive. They don't allow them to run away because this is what they want. Now, I know the area, and I suppose you're talking about the main hospital, which is the Shifa hospital. Yep. The Shifa hospital has been turned into a Hamas bunker. If Hamas wants to save them, they should just leave their arms, come out, and nothing will happen. But as long as they keep the Shifa hospital, just like schools and kindergartens as bunkers, and they fight out from there. There is no law. There is no law in this universe that protects them, and this is what we're doing, and this is why the world.
So, are there any independent reports? Are there any intelligence reports that show that the Shifa hospital is primarily a Hamas bunker and not an actual medical site?
Yes, and you know what?
Where?
And you know what?
Where?
And mark my words, and you can show it again because I know it's recorded. When this war is over, and we will bring in the international press to Shifa and to all the bunkers.
When this war is over, then we'll show you the proof that they had bunkers underneath the hospital. Am I getting that right? Then, when is that going to be? Do you have a time estimate as to how long this war is going to continue? Answer, no, because he doesn't answer the question. He's relying on the president of Egypt for at least the humanitarian efforts being put forth to make sure that they're on board with them. But the Egyptian president is not on board because he doesn't even know what the hell these people have been talking about. He's not made aware of it. So where are these people supposed to go? We will create a corridor. We will create, meaning that there is none now.
The underground tunnels that Hamas has created in Gaza. Ask intelligence services of every country in the world, they know it. But anyway, what I'm saying is...
No, just to be clear for the audience's benefit, no intelligence services has claimed that. Not one government has claimed that the Shifa hospital is a Hamas bunker. That is your claim, and I want to be very clear that that is your claim. And you're saying you don't have any reports, but that I should just trust you.
No.
Mark your words. Trust you. And later on, it'll be proven true.
I'm telling you, everybody will see.
Okay.
After the war is over.
Fair enough. I have to move on.
Everybody will see after the war is over. He's not, he doesn't even hear what the hell he's talking about. It'll be way too late, and the crime scene that they are committing right now will be swept away. All of the evidence of everything. If they find dead bodies under those buildings, which number into the thousands, I believe, thousands, they'll only blame it on Hamas. That's how these people think. That's how these people work. They've been doing it a long, long time. This is called their politics. This is called their politics. What you do speaks so loud. What you say is bullshit. But this is their politics.
Just in the interest of time, but I want to continue on this same vein, because the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, said that he was deeply distressed by Israel's announcement of a siege on the Gaza Strip. He said that the humanitarian situation, quote, will only deteriorate exponentially, and that crucial life-saving supplies, including fuel, food, and water, must be allowed into Gaza. So the UN is saying you must do this. You are saying you're not going to do this. How do you?
No, we're not saying that.
He's saying do it. He's saying doing it immediately. What I'm saying is what you're doing.
No.
He's saying doing it immediately.
I got you. I'll tell you exactly what we're saying. I'm saying we will do everything for the Gazan people. Once and now we demand immediate surrender, unconditional surrender of Hamas. If Hamas people come out with their hands up and clear their weapons, believe me, everything will be restored to Gaza. It is Hamas in Hamas hands.
Okay, now I understand.
Let them surrender first, then we will do, is what he's saying. Oh, man. Could you imagine that? You come out with your hands up first, and then we will do our part. After all that they have done since October 7th already. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Israel is looking to hunt down and wipe out Hamas. So what chance do they have in all hell to come out with their hands up and just give up and nothing else will happen to them? You can't make this stuff up, folks.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir. I think we're actually on the same page here. You're saying that once Hamas leaves, you'll grant the Gazan people food, shelter, fuel, electricity, hospitals, schooling. And if they don't, and if Hamas doesn't leave, then they'll continue to starve and die in hospitals. You are defining for the international community right now collective punishment. You're saying until Hamas acts differently, the 2 million people in Gaza are going to be treated this way. And once Hamas acts differently, these 2 million people in Gaza will be treated better. That is exactly what collective punishment is. You're holding them accountable for the actions of others. That is the definition, the textbook definition of collective punishment, sir. Now, you may accept that that's what you want to do, but this is absolutely a contravention of international law.
Well, I'll tell you exactly. No, if we pushed them to the wall, we're not pushing them to the wall. We want to open a humanitarian corridor so they can leave. But if Hamas,
so that who can leave? Citizens? You're saying civilians can leave, but only through the Rafah border, correct?
At this point, yes.
So they can't come.
Where else?
Your country. They can come into Israel.
I'm telling you one more thing I want to say.
I want you to address that point. Don't just smile, sir, respectfully. You're saying you're making a corridor. They can go to Egypt. You're bombing them. You say you want to save them, but they can't come in.
First of all, I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my heart. I'm crying in my heart for all the butchery of thousands of Israelis. Why do you think the world is with us? Why do you think the world is with us? All the international media was there. So don't talk to me about collective punishment. Don't talk to me about humanitarian. These are new rules of the game. There is no coexistence with Hamas, which is worse than ISIS, and we will not.
Ooh. Oh, did you hear that? There are new rules to the game. This is their attitude, folks. He's worried about the Jewish people in Israel more so than he's worried about the Palestinians. That's what he's saying here. Point blank. You can't miss it. You can't miss this. So it tells me from a former prime minister to the current one that they have right now, that Yahoo dude, okay, his attitude is the same. Give up first, then we'll help. Other than that, there's no other way. There's no other way. Listen to it again. One more again, because this is the main contradiction out of this conversation that this former prime minister is making in regards to what their intentions are.
Say you want to save them, but they can't come in.
First of all, I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my heart. I'm crying in my heart for all the butchery of thousands of Israelis. Why do you think the world is with us? Why do you think the world is with us? All the international media was there. So don't talk to me about collective punishment. Don't talk to me about humanitarian. These are new rules of the game. There is no coexistence with Hamas, which is worse than ISIS, and we will not stop. We are allowing the population to leave. But if Hamas will surrender, there won't be any problem whatsoever.
Danny Ayalon, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
We will not stop. He just killed this whole conversation, whether he knows it or not. Killed this whole conversation. This is news reporting from Upfront off of Al Jazeera News. And Mark Lamont Hill is the journalist reporter that has got full command of this story right now. I wanted you to hear this conversation because we need to know what the attitudes of the Israeli government is towards the Palestinians. Well, you just heard it right there tonight. Right there. And if nothing else, you will walk away having a good idea of what these folks' mindsets are towards the population of the Palestinian people that are still stuck in Gaza. We will make a corridor that's not there because they're bombing the shit out of that area. That they're doing right now as I speak. And they've got no way to get the hell up out of there. 40%, I said 52, of over 40% of the population are children, and they won't let those kids out of that area. This is absolute genocide. And it is a war crime to the highest and fullest extent. And that's why, this is why that problem over there with this dude will be our problem over here with this dude. Because the one on the left doesn't care about us, and the one on the right doesn't care about the Palestinian people. The people that occupy the land, they are a nation state under the Balfour Declaration. Come the hell on. And yet he is committing mass genocide right in our face. They don't have to hide this shit anymore, folks. That which is being done over there can possibly happen over here. How can I say that? Real simple. Look at the southern border, folks, and tell me what you see. And any one of those thousands and thousands that's been coming through that border for the last 2 years, 2.5 years now, could be Hamas. Paid for by the dude on the left. And the former who put him there, and I showed you who they are. They're all lined up with smiles on their face with the blue ties. I showed you who they are. And this is the reason why we are here today. Up to speed. It took over 25 years for us to see what these guys are doing. Guess what? It all culminated right here, right now. And what can we do about it, John? Real simple. We gotta watch who we help to put into these positions, and watch the electoral process of this country, and be highly critical of it. You saw what they did to Trump, 2020. You saw what they did to him. The guy on the left had the poorest presidential inauguration in the history of this country. Like 12 people showed up. 12 people. The only one who had a party that day were all the formers, and the formers and the formers of that and formers of that. You ever notice that all the formers still carry their original titles as if they were still elected? Like Rudy Giuliani is still called the mayor of New York City, but he's not. Barack Obama is still called President Obama, but he's not. But he is. But he's not. But he is. But he's not. An appearance of the fourth kind. Things that are not, but yet appear to be. This man on the left has got no faculties whatsoever, in my mind and in my opinion, no faculties whatsoever to handle a situation like this. He's just showing up for the cameras. Old Grandpa Joe, showing up for the cameras, walking like he didn't take enough Geritol, saying very little or nothing much to say at all. We will back Israel. Well, that says, guess what? And here's the overall answer to the full presentation of tonight's live. We're in a war that wasn't even mentioned. That was one. We're only looking at this from Israel's point of view. They're in a war with the Palestinians, but by us showing up, us sending military soldiers, not only there, and the Navy there, and the Air Force there, and the Marines there, but we also have to go back to Baghdad. We also have to go back to Afghanistan. We also have to go to Saudi Arabia, which they have already launched and put out 15,000 soldiers were deployed already to Saudi Arabia, whether you know it or not. They're already there. They're already there. There's a military channel on YouTube that you can go to that shows you their deployment. That was during the beginning of this week. But nothing of that sort of information showed up on the news. Quietly moving back into that region because they know that either Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, any of the other faction groups that they've financed as militant terrorists in that whole region could pop up and surprise the shit out of us. They already got some nonsense going on in Iraq already. Meanwhile, we got Grandpa Joe here to just, yeah, we'll back you 100%. And no one's talking about the Palestinians, the civilians, the non-combatants that are being bombed and trying to get out of there with their lives. This is worse than what happened on October 7th. Far worse. And these people here are trying to put together a peace accord. Get something on the table now and get it done. Yet they have no power to say stop. If you don't stop, Israel, we will pull our resources and everything that we have with you out. How's that? And then we'll let you fend for yourself, as they should have been doing to begin with. It's your house and it's your bed. You sleep in it. How's that? You can't get along with your damn neighbors. Well, you got to fix your problem, is what we'll say. That's old school. You can't get along, get away. No. We'll work. And, we have the whole support of the international community. No, you don't. Because they could pull their support just like Egypt and Jordan and Turkey are beginning to slow down and pull out. Because they know that if this continues, there's going to be, hell to pay, not only for the Palestinians, the ones that are being bombarded now, killed off now, relentlessly and senselessly killed off past October 7th, but for the Israeli people there too, the Jewish people in Israel. Because if they pull out, they're going to suffer at the hands of the other Arab nations around Israel who have these gang groups with the bombs and the rockets and everything. And it'll be an all-out nuclear conflict. And this is the reason for an all-out possible World War III to happen right here. Strike a match, and guess what? Everything goes up. Everything goes up. They want us there too. And we shouldn't be there. We should be here in our home taking care of our house, because our house is falling apart. Your house is on fire and your neighbor's house is on fire. Whose house you going to save first? Yours or theirs? We got two fires here. How can we help a neighbor save their house first, and our house is burning down at the same time. That makes no sense. And it's only done intentionally and purposely. On purpose, because like I said, these assholes got golden parachutes. When the jig is up and you can't go no further, they step off into the blue, all the money that goes with it, because they're the ones who were funding it to begin with. Both sides. World War I was funded from both sides. World War II was funded from both sides, and guaranteed this one here is funded from both sides too. That's the truth. You don't believe me? Look at the stock market ticker tape. Under the corporations of the military defense in our country, and I guarantee you'll see that tick up every single day. People are making money off of this stuff, off of other people's death and misery. That's called payback for putting a puppet in the house to begin with. This is what we're seeing here. That's how they get in, and this is what they do every single time. Papa Bush did it. Clinton did it. Bush Jr. did it. Obama did it. Trump didn't do a damn thing but get the money from them. And everybody even in the second life is trying to keep Trump from being president right now. So they have to bombard him with legal bullshit and get him tied up. So his money gets tied up. They want to take all his business interests away from him. Make him pay these huge, outrageous fines so that he can change his mind and say, forget this. It's not even worth it. I'm not going to lose my family over this. But he loves his country, so he's going to do it anyway. If this war continues to go into 2024 and toward and close to the presidential election, here's the joker in the deck. What I'm afraid of is the joker in the deck. It's not the ace card, and the deuce has got no play. The joker in the deck is that by the powers of the president, he can declare a national emergency under the Emergency Act, Powers Act, declare it, suspend the Constitution, and we go into martial law here in this country. Once that's done, we go from an elected president to a dictator, and he can stay in office indefinitely. That's if he lives that friggin' long. And the last thing that we want to see is the vice president step up and continue this madness. The Emergency Powers Act will stop the election from happening. I think that'll be their final ace card if Trump is still in the running. They're doing everything to prevent him from getting in there, flipping this whole damn house of cards down, having them all arrested and prosecuted from the war crimes that they've committed. Oh, no, we can't have that. No way in the world we can have that. And if this is such an important moment in our lives regarding the Holy Land over there being in Israel, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Nazareth, the Jordan River, all that from being totally destroyed by madness. Where's the Pope? Where's the head of the church? Is he out there calling for peace? What about the King of the United Kingdom that was coronated and crowned on May 6th of this year? He's got business interests all around the world. The royal family. He ain't said nothing. Nobody said nothing. Why? Because they all got their money on the table. There's a roulette wheel that just keeps spinning, and they're waiting for the ball to hit the number. till it stops. Till it stops. Till it stops. This is why the people go out to protest in our country. They are outraged at what's going on because they could see behind this bullshit. They could see behind the fluff. You know, they keep reading the same scripts over and over and over and over again. Well, we keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again, but we see the same results as well. They're not getting any better. What are you guys really doing? They're tearing up shit. That's what they're doing. And they don't care who it involves or who it affects. Right before our eyes. So let me do this real quick. I got that off my chest. And that's why, whether it's immigration or the process of war, it's in our face, folks. It's in our face. And these people are letting it happen. They're letting it happen on purpose. All right. What did I want to do here? All right, take this down. Woo! I wanted to drop the link real quick. I know I get on here and I go off. When I do it, I do it. I just do it. Drop the link in there real quick. Thank you for the birthday shout outs for those of you who are still with me. This is something that was far beyond what I thought I could handle to even deal with or to even talk about on my channel. From independent micro cases to the macro. John, I don't think anybody's going to be interested in no politics and war. I don't want to hear that stuff. I know. But when you can show the results of it and how it affects people, that I can do. That I can do. And this is the reason for the special reports. I had it up there. I had this live titled, Behold, a Pale Horse. A possible world war, question mark. I had a title. I said, no, don't say that because YouTube may get sensitive and not let you do the live. Just like I got froze up. I thought maybe they might have been, messing around with the stream there. Freeze them up. Call StreamYard. He's talking too much. We don't want to let the cat out the bag yet. We don't want to let the cat out of the bag yet. But that's what they're doing. Because all I got to do is look carefully. Listen to the words carefully. They're right in front of our face. Right in front of our face. Tried to pull a plug on me. I was like, okay. I said, boss, can you come up here real quick and hold it down? I may have to reboot my computer. That's exactly what I had to do. I had to reboot my computer. I said, okay, I must be talking about something. They know me. Wait a minute. He's gone from the right. Now he's gone to the left. He's talking about the stuff that we've been trying to censor online and on TV. Now you out there telling them our business? Who is this guy, John Q? One who's watching it. That's who. One who's been sitting here watching this stuff that these people are doing. It don't take a rocket science to put 1 + 1 together and say, yeah, oh man, that's 2. That's 2. How are you going to try to say it's something it's not? And try to make the people believe it. You know how? They keep repeating it. Repetition is the mother of all learning and skill. Repetition is the mother of learning and all skill. So every time you turn the TV on, they're saying the same stuff over and over. Why? Because they want you to believe it. Well, it must be true. Must be true. I mean, that's what Hitler did in the war and to the people of Germany. Before he became the Führer at that time. And look what he got. Look what he did to Germany. And they think that, they can play an old card a different way. Come on. It's the same stuff. Just different people using different language. And forgive me for saying this word. I don't usually use the B word, but English is a bitch. The language of English is, we use it in pool. The term English in pool is spin. There's a top spin, make it go forward faster. There's a bottom spin to make the ball spin backwards and slow down. There's a side spin to the right, side spin to the left. There's a quarter spin on each side and below. And whatever ball you hit, that spin affects that shot. And they're using the same thing in the English language. That's why they call it English. Make it seem as though everyone appears to be on board and understand, and then don't say nothing at all. Let them assume and let them think that's what you meant until you have to clear it up down the road after the war. After the war is over, then we'll show you the proof. That's like telling a police officer that pulled you over for speeding and everything, let me see your driver's license, proof of registration, and insurance. And you say, yeah, after I get home and park my car, then I'll show you my paperwork. That's exactly what the hell that sounded like. And it only reminded me of 9/11. What happened to the building parts of World Trade Towers 1 and 2? What happened to all that evidence of those two buildings? They got that stuff out of there as quickly as possible. Why? Because they didn't want you to show, they didn't want to have you see all of the cut beams that the building had withstood up until that time. They didn't want to show you that. Or the thermite that was used to actually burn the steel of the buildings to decouple the steel from the original structure. They don't want to show you that. They don't want to show you that. But if you go back and take a look at the 9/11 tapes, oh man, you see those buildings burning yellow. Not on two planes. Come on, gasoline, okay. Titanium steel? Then where did we go from there? Where did we go? We went right over there to the Middle East and go get some brown people. Bin Laden, in less than 24 hours from the time the buildings fell, his name got floated out there. Oh, wait a minute, the 19 hijackers too. They even had passports that didn't burn. That's how they were able to find out who they were. Oh, wow. Really? Meanwhile, nothing from the flight that went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. You couldn't even find that plane. No bags, no luggage, no seat buckles. Damn, not even a plane wheel. Not even a plane wheel. It just vaporized. No, Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. No wreckage of a plane at the Pentagon. Doesn't happen. There's just a big hole there. Oh, a plane went down there too. Doesn't happen. All orchestrated to do one thing. And that one thing happened right away. We went to war. See? Pops right up. Can't miss it. You get a terrorist attack and everything else like that. Okay, lock down your city, put everybody on high security alert and everything. Isolate the situation before you decide what you're going to do. This man didn't do it. This man went military quick. And look at what he's doing. Since day one, look at what he's doing. He won't even let these people get out of there. Collective punishment. New buzzword for wars like this, collective punishment. We can't get to the ones truly responsible. We'll take it out on the population. Make them move, clear Gaza out, put them on the other side of another country, and then not let them back in. We'll selectively choose who'll go back if we want them back and number them so that this way we can control that region audaciously. And then dictate how many kids they can have. That's been going on. That's the untold story in this particular situation. We didn't know all of this was happening over there in Israel up until now. None of us knew it. None of us knew it. None of us knew that Obama gave $150 billion to the enemy that we're after right now. None of us knew that. Or $6 billion for 5 hostages that Biden got back. None of us knew about that side deal. And it's to the same people that we're after now? Oh, wait a minute. That's right. That's the reason we're after them. Oh, okay. We got to use a reason. No, keep the money off the table. I'm not going to say anything about that. But they're the terrorists. Oh, the ones you financed to be terrorists are the ones that we're after now because you made them that way. You've messed with those people for so long, you think they're not going to have any kind of retaliation? Just like what's going to happen out of this situation? You think the Palestinian people going through what they're going through right now is ever going to forget what happened to them and their family? They're breeding terrorism just from this terrorist act. That's how you make them. Who could ever forget? How can you grow up knowing that this event has occurred and nobody's doing anything about it? Truly doing something about it. Everybody's got their guns out. Where's the food? Where's the water? Where's the power? Where's the gasoline? Where are the resources to save lives here? Not here, folks. Everybody's got the goddamn guns out. Oh, they're talking about, who's got what missiles and long-range tanks and all this. What? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But this is real life. This is not a show on TV, and this is not a Netflix movie, which I wish it was. And this is going to affect us. And I told you that before. The stuff that happens elsewhere doesn't affect us until later. And that later is coming around the corner in 2024. Okay, Oklahoma. You see what Oklahoma said? They got terrorists and we got a basketball player. They messed this country up in the last 25 years so bad. We don't even know who the hell we are anymore. Male, female, black, white. Now, those of us from the old school, we know. But the new generation, they got them all messed up. They got them all messed up. Boy, girl, men's room, ladies' room. Oh, man. I used to think certain people painted their hair a certain color because it was the young thing to do. And middle-aged women doing the same damn thing now. Purple. And it doesn't go with their complexion. Red. Green. I've spoken about this on at the round table. How do black women think that blue hair highlights their skin complexion? Or green hair, fully green, highlights their skin complexion? And they walk around like it's all natural. It's mine. No, it ain't. Messing with their appearances in ways that we've never seen before. You got more people, American people, with tattoos all on their body than the Japanese Yakuza used to show up with samurai swords. Turning into something they're not, an appearance of the fourth kind once again. Things that are not, but yet appear to be. And the younger generation is just following right into it. Social media's got them locked, and all these dumbass movies that are showing up on Netflix. And over the past 25 years, give or take, that's the generation that we're dealing with right now. At least that much. At least that much. Oh, man. Got the females wearing zippers in the front and men wearing shoulder pads. Pants around the bottom of their ass rather than to cover their ass. Walking around like that's the thing. My father would have kicked my ass. Boy, pull your pants up. Where you think you at? What you trying to do? Old school. Those are the men that are missing. The real men. They're out there with the skinny pants on now. They don't even make bell bottoms. You won't find them. You say bell bottoms, they say what? Yeah, bell bottoms. No, too much. Too much too soon, and things are happening far differently now. More pharmaceuticals on the market than hell. We've turned into a drug nation, a drugged nation. You got to be very careful when you go out there to drive your car every day. If you're going to the store, you don't know who's on what. Incredible, but that's what's happening today. So I dropped the link. I know I've spoken my 3 hours, and yeah, my usual 3 hours and change again. Damn. Definitely. So nobody wants to come up? Just say happy birthday so I can hear you. You know, reading is fundamental, obviously, But y'all can hit the link. Come up real quick. Happy birthday, John. I hated your presentation tonight. You bored me to death. I had to come back 3 times, see if you were off. I hope you don't cover this subject again. Well, you know something? Current events is what I call it. Most people call it what they call it, and they do, and that's fine. Politics, I'm not into that. I was never into politics. Current events, I'm always into. Always good to know what's going on, what's happening, high or low, left or right, up or down, in or out. You got to know. Not only for yourself, but for your children, for your family. Definitely. Oh, happy birthday, John Q. Thank you, Marie. Thank you. LOL. Happy birthday, Carol Smith. I got all 7 of your messages all in one shot, Carol. I have no idea what's going on with my phone. Maybe I need to get more storage for it. I'm like, why is this stuck? I think Boss had sent me a couple of text messages. I didn't get until like 3 hours. I said, damn, he hit me up 3 hours ago? So I might have to get more memory for my phone. And that I empty the stuff that I don't need out. Definitely. Let's see. Well, what did D Love say? Boss got a verse. And what else on that? Oh, man. You know what I'm talking about, D Love say. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I appreciate you staying on top of it and keeping us updated. Yes, Lena Netta. Yep. I try. And handling just so many different things. I didn't know how I wanted to talk about this. This is the difficult part of doing something like this. It's trying to handle how to talk about it in ways that interest people who might not even be interested in this entirely different arena we all don't understand. We all don't understand. I'm still trying to figure it out. It's a different language. It's a different language. Current affairs. You're so welcome. Thank you, Marie. You know, LOL, you're probably like, dang girl, slow down. All right, Carol's having a conversation there. Mr. John Q, you know we're rocking with you 3 hours or more. I hear you, D-Love. You know, because I only come on and do these types of lives that require some time to get through. Because you want to be able to speak about it and express it in a way that people understand. And not just, you know, show a clip here, show a clip there, show a clip here, show a clip there. And then, hey, did you understand? Yep, know what it's about. And walk away and still feel different about it. The environment feels different now. Need to know. Yeah. What else is a song? What else is a song, John? Don't get me started. Don't get me started, boss. Thank you, John. This needs to be talked about. So many have no idea. Yeah, that's right, Melissa. They have no idea. They're not watching this. This is just way too boring. The brain can't comprehend. You're not. Why subject yourself to something that you yourself don't understand? It's how the brain works. So you just don't go there. You don't go there. Forget about that. Forget about that. Don't understand it. I'm not even going to try. Because no one has ever been able to help me to understand it. So I had to force myself to say, they're talking about something. And it's all this in between the lines stuff. It's always the gray area. That's where it comes from. read between the line. And like 54 Keys would say, watch how they move. And then you'll be able to understand what's going on. That's why, I always say, what you do speaks so loud. What you say, I can't understand. So the first part, what you do speaks so loud, helps me to understand that what you're trying to say a whole lot better, even though I might not understand a damn word you said. Because that's where the truth lies. Truth lies more in action than in intention. You and the YJ song. Okay. All right. John Q, can you beatbox on your birthday? Don't start, D Love. Don't start. I was talking about me sending you so much stuff, John. Yeah. What about it? What about it? I mean, you tried to, you covered the spectrum, Carol. Oh my God. You covered the spectrum. And if it relates into the current work that I'm working with, yeah, I'll incorporate it always, But I guess in this piece, those are other stories I could possibly get to, as they develop. As they develop. I mean, it's incredible what you're finding, though. That's for sure. I know you know, D Love. I was informing John. Well, thank you. Thank you, Kay. We appreciate, y'all appreciate, I appreciate you. D Love said, lo siento, boss man, lo siento, I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, y'all are terrible. You go there every day. I hear you. Mr. John Q, I got cut up especially for your birthday. I appreciate you. Yeah, much love to you, D Love. And to all of my supporters who run with me, who have been running with me since day one. D Love is one of them. Cold Pepsi is another. I mean, we got some veterans in here. I was able to keep things going because people, started making comments in the comments section under my videos. I'm glad you covered this. Oh wow. Okay. Thank you. It's not easy to talk about this stuff, especially when it's happening live, when it's actually going on. It hasn't stopped, in other words. A crime has occurred, it's stopped. Now you got to figure out what happened, who did it, how did it happen, all the stuff. This is ongoing. This is something different. This animal is in motion. The beast, if you will, is in motion. Oklahoma, I hear you. That's the way we do it, because this is how we do it. This is how we do it. All right, there's a little bebop for you. A little bebop for you. That's all I got for you tonight on that bebop. Oh, Lord. D-Love has got to come up with the whipped cream now. Did you ever find that whipped cream emoji? The one, the emoji where John Q goes, that emoji, I've been looking for that. It's the new one with the sound effect on it. It ain't 3.5 inches high no more. He done grown. He done taken that damn thing a long way now. He talked about that whipped cream up his nose. That past his forehead. I know, Hugh. They always do this to me. They always do this to me. They're gonna say with that whipped bread and that whipped cream. I had fun with that though. Doing the Summer Wells Reward Fund Marathon. I had fun with that. I don't know where that came from. It just came out of me. It was like, oh, look, I'm dead tired after 10 hours of running on this. I was silly tired. That's where that came from. That's where all that stuff came from. They're doing the whipped cream. Oh, man. And I never lived that down. I'm stuck with that. I did a party for your birthday. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm getting delusional now. Well, yeah, you got to make it interesting. You always got to make these lives interesting. There's nothing on TV. I haven't turned on TV even the last, 6, 7 years. Maybe even longer than that. There's nothing on TV no more. Anything you do watch on TV, if you get a chance to watch TV, you got to pay for. Because everything else has got a commercial to it. It's too much. Yeah, someone did make an 8-ball with whipped cream on it. Yeah. I think I used that as a background one time. I mean, I still got it here on my computer. Let's see if I can find it. Now that you bring it up, I gotta check out my files here. I think I still got it. Either this computer or my old computer before that one. That one got messed up. I spilled coffee on that one. Had all my work on there. I was like, oh, forget about it. That ain't gonna work no more. Did I put it in the screenshots? No. I got so much stuff here. No, it's not in there. Yeah, Obsidian made that for me on my birthday, on a birthday, in fact. Obsidian. She did that when I was doing Q Squared with Miss Q. I was like, oh, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, no, it's not there. Y'all got me looking for the old stuff here. I don't know. I might find it. I don't know. Let's see. Because me, I collect it. No, I don't see it in here either. I don't see it in here. But you know how we talked about perception. Perception. Let me show you this real quick. Well, that's not it. Real quick. Y'all remember this. I know y'all remember this. Y'all remember this. Y'all remember this? Y'all remember this? Is that an old woman or a young woman? Remember, whatever you believe is your truth. Now, let me take this down real quick so you can see the whole thing. Wait. Okay. All right, I'll come back now. You were going to buy a t-shirt with that? Never found it. LOL. And an old woman or a young woman? Hugh says both. Oklahoma said, yep. D Love says she sees a young. I see young. Okay. Now you've made a distinction. Once perception takes over, your perception, that is, then your belief about it kicks in. I see a young woman. Old or young woman? Come on, y'all. Talk to me. D-Love can't be the only one in the chat. Old woman or young woman? I see both, Melissa says. Yeah. You're going to see one of the two right away. And then when you begin to truly perceive, you get to see both real quick. You get to see both real quick. All right. Okay. Y'all remember that one? Let's see. What else I got here? How about this one? What do you see? Tell me. And everybody's perception is always going to be different than the next. Oh, Ebony was looking, she sees the young woman, but she was looking for the old woman. Okay, Leonetta says two people. First impression now. Ooh, now that's interesting. Carol Smith said person looking at themselves. Oklahoma says two faces. D-Love says, I see a cup. Uh-oh. Bob Hope twins. You see how your perception moves in and out, to and fro? And the more you look at it, the more you'll perceive it to be one or the other, and then to some degree both. It's crazy, but that's how it works. That is your brain deciphering information electrically. And with all this fast-moving stuff happening, doesn't give you time to truly perceive what's going on. But if you take your time and look at the picture, hence, quote unquote, the point here is take your time, you'll be able to see it the way you should and understand it the way you should. That's the point. I like having fun with these diagrams because it helps keep things in perspective when you're speaking about them. Now I see two faces. Lo siento. I missed the bus on that. And most people would see a chalice, a huge white cup sitting in a black space with no whipped cream on top. And then at first glance, you would think that there are two people face to face. You know, the Gemini twins. And then it could be a reflection of someone looking into the mirror without the mirror present. reflection, if you will. And a lot of people, no whipped cream. And a lot of people need that time to introspect, self-reflect. Did I see that right? Did I hear him right? What was the question again? To be sure, certainty is what helps us survive. Our survival mechanism is always at work. So certainty, sure enough, helps being sure, to know, period. That's why the most difficult thing that we don't know, we stray away from because we don't understand it. Such is the topic and discussion that I've selected here tonight to share with you. But if we take a look at it and coming from a different point of view, and it's being given with a different point of view that can be understood, then you can see whether it is a chalice, whether it is two people, whether it is someone staring in the mirror, or a person having a self-reflective moment. A whole lot better. That's what I hope I've done here tonight, as I hope I do anytime I do go live. So nobody wants to come up, nobody wants to say nothing, everybody wants to stay in the chat, and that's fine. That's fine. I just know that I've enjoyed my time, my birthday time, spending with you here tonight, this morning, wherever you may be, on the East Coast, Mountain Time, Central Time, or Pacific. Much love goes out to all of you. Every single one that rides with me. And big shout outs go out to my moderators who hold me down. As always, Miss Aquahoma in the house, riding with me since day one. Hope everybody and you and the family are doing well. And stay blessed with that. Let's see who else we got here. Miss Justice in the building, holding it down, keeping it down every time I go live. Miss Carol Smith, yeah, she's there. Absolutely. Core moderators. I had to pick anybody new. You hadn't seen anybody new moderating in my chat. Y'all been the core. And of course, none other than my brother. None other than my brother. Visit his channel, Community Crime Network. He's got some more stuff on there that he's posting. Giving case updates and short coverage. The short clips work. I have to get used to doing some shorts. I just got to go to school for them. Boss said he's going to teach me. 54 keys, and boss said they're going to take some time. Okay, John, you need some more stuff on there. You got more lives and videos. Let's get back to work. But yeah, definitely. Because that's the way we do it. That's the way we do it. So with that said, I'm going to run out of here. I spent 4 hours with you, 412 and ticking. Much love to everybody coming out. I wanted to get that off my chest. I did. And spend some time with you. That's the important thing. Spending time with you. Connecting with you. Not getting booted off or cut off like StreamYard and YouTube tried to do. Crazy. Thank you, Miss Carol, for dropping the Community Crime Network link in the chat. Thank you, Miss Aquahoma. Much love to you. Always. To all my moderators. Most definitely, Miss Leslie B. I know she's still out there somewhere too. She's core. Always been there. Marley 13. Always been there. I gotta put her in a blue. I gotta put Marley in a blue dress. I don't think I did. Thank you, Hugh. Definitely. Definitely. Salute and much love to all of you. Until next time, I'll be coming around the corner because I've got Daniel Robinson to take off my table. We're going to cover that police report and get phase 1 out, because phase 2 is going to be the big one. I just want to take time when things jump up at me and they hit my nerves, like the topic that we just discussed tonight. That I got to let it go. But yeah, the mystery of Daniel Robinson's case is still ongoing. Over 2 years now, he's still been missing. Intentionally, perhaps. Accidentally, perhaps. Or is there more to the story? 25-year-old field geologist went missing June 23rd of 2021. 7 days after Summer Wells went missing, June 15th of 2021. This guy was on his way to work and didn't make it home. His father's been out there looking for him ever since. I haven't heard back from David Robinson yet on any updates, but I'll be able to come back and cover with you what's in that police report and match it up to some folks that I have not shown you that this case involves. When Daniel went to deliver groceries through the Instacart part-time job he delivered them to someone. We know who she is, and we got her photograph. The co-worker who was supposed to meet Daniel at the second well site where he went missing, well, we got his photo too. We know what he looks like. The quote, fake FBI agent that was out there practicing shooting out in the desert with his children, well, we got him too, because we know who he looks like. The rancher that found Daniel's Jeep along with the co-worker, well, we know who they are and what they look like. We got their pictures too. We got the corral in the southern area, 1.5 miles south of where Daniel's Jeep was crashed. We got pictures of that from the water tank area. And boss helped me to find the mine that had that huge tractor tire on it. That well was never checked. And I've been hounding David to check that well or have that well checked or just focus his mind and attention on that well to get down there. It's supposed to be 80 feet or so deep. The well was never checked. And without it being checked, it's still on the table. Still on the table. The well that he took us down in the video clip that he shared on his channel, and I shared on my channel, is about almost a little past 100 feet deep, almost 100 feet deep through water and all this other stuff. And he took a camera and went down there. That was the well that Daniel was supposed to be working on at the second well site where he went missing. I don't know about the first well site at North Verrado Way. Anything about that site being checked. So there's still a number of questions and information on that I'm still looking to get my hands on. But the other stuff we got. And that we can talk about. We certainly can. Because something happened on the day Daniel went to work. He didn't make it home, but there's evidence of something here. How thorough and well it was checked at the time, well, that's up to the Buckeye Police Department and the detective that handled the case. He's been a suspicious character in and of itself. And that's based on the police report, the second one that is, that's been written. We're going to cover that information. But yeah, success leaves clues. And the clues in this area here, the main ones, is not so much the Jeep. It's the clothes. Daniel's clothes were found 3 feet from this Jeep. All of them. Like he stripped his clothes off. Did he have a change of clothes? We don't know. Most people working out on the desert would have a change of something. Keys were found. Phone was found. Computer was found. 2 cases of bottled water found. His gear and equipment that he normally works with when he's out in the field was found. All that, but yet his clothes has been the outstanding piece of evidence. I believe that's really curtailed this case, being the most suspicious, that is. Everything else is in the car. But his clothes 3 feet from the car. Police had mentioned that he may have been injured from the car crash and decided to take off all his clothes because it was hot, and then decided to walk off to become a monk. Quote unquote, that's what David Robinson stated, that's what the police officer had mentioned to him. Maybe he went to become a monk in the monastery, which is only 15 miles west from this car crash, in fact. Was that a joke, or was he trying to say something? I don't know. But one thing for sure, DNA evidence on the clothes was never checked. That really, really bothers me. To see if Daniel was in the Jeep, because the Jeep would leave evidence on the clothes, especially the airbag gas solutions and or particles that would dispense once the bag is deployed. You do get hit with it. You do get hit with it. But yeah, so we're going to be narrowing down that information, and hopefully we can come from a different angle to get a better conclusion thus far. So we'll be back at this shortly. I want to let you know that I didn't let this story go, folks. It's hard to. Not when you've been on it for more than 2 years. Like Kanika, when you get past a certain threshold of time, knowing that you've devoted so much, Hugh knows, Boss knows, 54 Keys knows, and everybody else that's followed the Kanika Jenkins case, when you get past a certain timeline, a certain threshold of knowing that you're studying a case for evidence and the truth, it stays with you. It stays with you. Just like this story stayed with me. All of them. All of them. I have no idea, Lena. I have no idea. Why is everybody naked in all those cases? I have no idea. But if it was that damn hot, you take off all your clothes, plus your shoes and your socks, and to try to navigate that rough, hot desert terrain barefoot? No. There was a piece of evidence that was found by David Robinson. I will be able to share and give some thoughts on. I'm sure you will too once you see it. But it was found less than a quarter of a mile from the crash site. And it perplexed me when I first saw it. And then I started tying in the dots, the 1+1 stuff, and it began making certain connections to certain people. But we'll be able to cover that. I don't want to get on here and tease you too much about it. Not right now. Not right now. Oh, thank you, D Love. I mean, I've got children. Is a father looking for his son? I get it. I get it. Something that happened to any one of mine, I'm on it. Live it, eat it, sleep it, breathe it every single day until I find the truth. Because this is not the way to end the story. Not unless Daniel decided to just put up the big middle finger and say, F everything. Forget it. I can't do the work anymore. This girl that I delivered food with and to, blew my mind. Now she doesn't want to be with me and all this other stuff. Job's not paying well. I can't afford my weed. Yes, folks. Daniel did have some indulgence in that too. Little things could have just changed his mind. And we're all capable of doing that in various different points in our life. We change our mind abruptly and sometimes slow. Could he have done that and just went off somewhere with somebody else? Leave the car, don't want a car because I don't want the car payment. I can't afford the $1,500 car payment anymore that he just got. Just go, disappear. Don't worry about it. But to do that and just leave the family out in the open like that, I don't know. What does it take for somebody to do that? What kind of heart would it take for someone to do that? Like I said, our young group, our young generation is messed up in ways we have never seen before. So, could it have been an emotional snap, a mental break, maybe? We'll dig in. We will definitely dig into it. We will definitely dig into it. Besides, I got Boss working with me on it. I got 54 Keys working with me on it. So the three of us looking at it as we have in the past, as we are currently looking at it. That's why I've gone very slow with this. I want to carefully speak about certain things from my own perspective about this case. Outside of the paperwork, because the paperwork has been telling me something. As it will you once we get there. Once we get there. But for that, and for now, we're going to hold off on that. But yes, once again, much love to everybody. I'm out of here. I'm going to go and enjoy the rest of my birthday time before I crash out. Get something to eat. I have no cake yet. Probably have some tomorrow. You know how I like my whipped cream on the cake? Have it with the coffee. No more 3.5 inches with the whipped cream. I promise you, no more. No more. We're gonna ride that as long as it can take, as long as it can stand. If it can stand, we'll keep the whipped cream nice and high. When it bends over and falls over the cup, and we got to get a different cup. Do you think? You can't put a cherry on whipped cream that's like lapsed over the one side, More or less hold the cup without getting it all on your hands and your fingers and your clothes. I know I'm a mess. Yes, Rake's Funny Farm. Thank you. Definitely. I know. I ain't making it no better. Yes, you too. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll see you during the week. We'll be back, as we always do. John Q Live. Much love. Be well and stay blessed with Godspeed. Love you madly, everybody. And thank you for all of the love and support, especially tonight, that you've shown me and shared with me. So God bless you. All of you. Every single one of you.